Chapter 573. Lu Ming. Little bastard, it's you? As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the Fire Palace Master and the Thunder Palace Master exclaimed. Lu Ming glanced at the Fire Palace Master and sighed. The Fire Palace Master's heart had been pierced by the Thunder Palace Master. Moreover, the Thunder Palace Master was ravaged by the Thunder Palace Master. There was no way he could save himself. If not for the Fire Palace Master's profound cultivation, he would have already died. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Leave quickly. The Fire Palace Master shouted. Leave? Where should I go? Lu Ming, you still dare to appear. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. This time, you're still as stupid as before. Ha ha ha. You're really courting death. The Thunder Palace Master laughed heartily. He laughed heartily. This time, not only could he obtain the mysterious yellow silicon soil, but he could also get rid of Lu Ming. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not reply, but sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Dandan, you said that you're a peerless expert. Can you kill this old man with a slap now? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, didn't I tell you? I've just been reborn, and my strength hasn't recovered yet. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. But you have to believe me. When I was at my peak, I could kill thousands of Sea of Spirit Realm warriors with a single breath, let alone this kind of trash. Even if it was a martial emperor expert, I could kill them with a single slap. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming proudly. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill. Suddenly, the Thunder Palace Master shouted. With a flash of lightning, he slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. Berserk Lion bursting flames. The Fire Palace Master roared as a blazing aura erupted from his body. A huge flaming lion rushed out and charged at the Thunder Palace Master. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. Boom. With a loud boom, the Thunder Palace Master floated back. Lu Ming and the Fire Palace Master also floated back dozens of meters. Puff. The Fire Hall Master coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his body trembled. He was unable to float in the air and fell to the ground. Senior. Lu Ming waved his hand, and his quintessence wrapped around the Fire Hall Master, bringing him to the ground. Lu Ming, run. You're no match for him. The Fire Hall Master roared as blood spurted out from his mouth. There were even traces of lightning in the blood. Ha ha ha, old man Hua, you're about to die. If you still want to attack, you'll only die faster. You don't have to ask him to escape. Do you think he can escape from me? The Thunder Palace Master sneered, his eyes cold. Old man, the one who will die today is you. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. There were no living beings here. Lu Ming decided to take a risk and use the Thunder Cauldron to kill the Thunder Palace Master. I was the one who died? Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. The Thunder Palace Master burst out laughing. Following this, his face darkened as he yelled, Die. Buzz buzz, thunderbolts gathered in the heavens and earth, forming a giant thunderbolt sword that slashed down at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Boom. Lu Ming's cultivation was fully unleashed as the three-colored intent merged together and he thrust out his spear. A huge tricolor dragon flew out, roaring furiously. Boom. With a loud explosion, Lu Ming's body shuddered as he retreated rapidly. However, the thunderbolt sword of the Thunder Palace Master was blocked by Lu Ming. Not far away, the Fire Hall Master was dumbfounded. He had not expected Lu Ming to be able to block the attack of the Thunder Palace Master. Impossible. How is this possible? The Thunder Palace Master yelled in disbelief. In such a short period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the LV6 Martial King realm and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. The Thunder Palace Master's heart trembled. He had lived for a few hundred years and had never seen such a terrifying genius. No, such a terrifying monster. Even Yan Kuangtu, the genius who had shocked the eastern wilderness 100 years ago, was not this terrifying. Kill him. If I don't kill him, I will die. The Thunder Palace Master's heart was filled with fear. It was the fear that Lu Ming had brought to him. As expected, he is still a little weaker than a LV9 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. With his combat strength, he could easily kill a peak LV8 Martial King realm martial artist. However, there was still a gap between him and a LV9 Martial King realm martial artist. Lu Ming, I have a way to increase your strength and kill that old man. At this moment, Danden's voice was heard. What is it? Lu Ming asked. I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts and have lived for a very long time. Not only am I invincible in terms of combat strength, but so is my inscription Dao. I will now inscribe an inscription formation on your body that will make your true origin go berserk in an instant and double its strength. In this way, you will be able to suppress that old man. Moreover, this method will not have any side effects. Danden explained proudly. Nonsense, hurry up. Lu Ming yelled. Take a few moves first and I will inscribe it. Immediately, Danden's front claws shone brightly as it waved them around. Sizzle, with a flash of lightning, the Thunder Palace Master turned into lightning and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant, slashing down with his sword. Clang! Lu Ming blocked with his long spear, but his body was knocked back continuously. Thunder kill. The Thunder Palace Master used his killing move. The thunder sword stabbed out and the air was instantly scorched by the power of thunder and lightning, forming a space zone. Extreme strike. Clang. Two powerful attacks clashed together. At the point where the spear and sword collided, a blazing light burst out. It was even brighter than the sun. Swish. Lu Ming's body shook violently. His blood and qi were in turmoil as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Danden, are you done? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, wait a minute. I failed just now. Danden coughed dryly. Nestle. Lu Ming wanted to curse. Danden was too unreliable. He actually failed to inscribe the inscription. Was he trying to trick him? Nestle failed again. Danden muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only fight back and fight with the Thunder Palace Master. Explosions continued. After 5 to 6 moves, Lu Ming's body was in pain. Die. The Thunder Palace Master was in a frenzy. The aura on his body was getting stronger. Danden, are you done? Lu Ming asked again. If not, he planned to use the Thunder Cauldron to kill the Thunder Palace Master. I'm done. Danden laughed. At this moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted rays of light. Lines of gorgeous inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt the true yuan in his body circulating crazily. Compared to before, it had increased by more than twice. So strong. Lu Ming felt that he was filled with endless energy. At this moment, the Thunder Palace Master attacked again. Kill. Lu Ming roared and pulled out his spear. Buzz. The space shook violently. The spear formed an arc and heavily struck the Thunder Palace Master's battle sword. Bang. Chapter 574. How is this possible? The Temple Master of Thunder Palace exclaimed in disbelief. He racked his brains, but he could not figure out how Lu Ming had suddenly become stronger. Could it be some kind of secret technique? The Temple Master of Thunder Palace thought quickly. Below, the Temple Master of Fire Palace was also dumbfounded. I almost forgot. The cultivation technique that Lu Ming cultivates is not to be underestimated. When he uses this inscription, his strength will increase by more than 2 times. Danden muttered. Kill. Lu Ming performed the 9 dragon sky stomping steps and appeared in the sky above the Temple Master of Thunder. He looked down from above and smashed his long spear toward the Temple Master of Thunder. Boom! Under Lu Ming's violent true essence, the spear radiance was as heavy as a mountain and smashed toward the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder roared and condensed a lightning giant with a lightning sword in his hand. He was like a god descending from the heavens as he slashed his sword upward. Boom! Lu Ming's spear radiance was unstoppable and exploded. The lightning giant collapsed and the violent force blasted onto the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder was like a meteorite as he smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. In the next moment, the Temple Master of Thunder rushed out of the huge pit. At this moment, the Temple Master of Thunder's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and he looked extremely miserable. Ha ha ha, old man Zheng, you finally have a day like this. Ha, since Yen Kuangtu 100 years ago, another peerless genius has appeared in the mysterious sky east. The Temple Master of Fire Palace laughed heartily. Immediately after, the vitality in his body slowly dissipated and finally returned to nothingness. The Temple Master of Fire Palace left in laughter. Damn it! The Temple Master of Thunder roared and then turned to run. He knew that he could no longer kill Lu Ming and could only run. Want to run? Kill! Lu Ming performed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and chased after him. His long spear trembled and spear radiance burst out. The Temple Master of Thunder had no choice but to turn around and desperately resist. Watch me! Dandan leaped up from Lu Ming's shoulder and roared. Then, its 4 limbs and head retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell spun in the air and smashed towards the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master shot out countless lightning bolts, but they were useless against the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell passed through the layers of lightning bolts and smashed towards the Thunder Palace Master's face. Thunder Palace Master was already experienced. He quickly retracted his hand, wanting to slap Dandan away. However, Dandan spun in the air and quickly dodged Thunder Palace Master's palm. Bang! A tortoise shell slammed into the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master let out a blood-curdling scream as he retreated. A clear mark of a tortoise shell had appeared on his face, and blood was flowing out from it. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and used his Extreme Dao Strike, piercing through the Thunder Palace Master's heart with his spear. The Thunder Palace Master roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Be on your way. The long spear trembled, and a violent force exploded, tearing the Thunder Palace Master's heart and organs into pieces. I can't accept this. The Thunder Palace Master roared as he breathed his last. The evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. Lu Ming snorted coldly. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured the Thunder Palace Master's essence blood. Following which, he took off the Thunder Palace Master's storage ring. Lu Ming stepped forward and arrived before the Fire Palace Master. The Fire Palace Master had already breathed his last, but there was a carefree smile on his face. Lu Ming sighed. The dignified East Branch Palace Master had died in the hands of the Thunder Palace Master, who was also a Palace Master. It was truly lamentable. Senior, rest in peace. I've already killed that old man, Palace Master Lei. Lu Ming muttered. He used his true yuan to absorb the Fire Palace Master's storage ring. Then, he dug a hole and buried the Fire Palace Master's corpse. Mysterious yellow silicon soil. Lu Ming looked at the mound. Ha ha ha, how is it? I wasn't wrong, right? There is mysterious yellow silicon soil here. It can be considered a great fortune for me to guide you. However, the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass belong to me. Dandan placed its 2 front paws on its turtle shell and looked proud. Its black eyes stared at the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass. No, I can't give you the 7-knot grass. Lu Ming rejected it directly. What? You can't give it to me? Lu Ming, you ingrate. I was the one who guided you to find the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Do you know how precious it is? Ah. Also, I was the one who helped you deal with the Thunder Palace Master. Don't you know how to repay me? I was severely injured and needed the spiritual grass to recover. Are you that petty? Dandan was enraged. It pointed one of its claws at Lu Ming and spat out a bunch of words. Lu Ming was speechless and said, "I'll give you 1 stalk." "No, 2 stalks." Dandan shouted. "Okay, deal." Lu Ming immediately agreed. Dandan grinned as if it had been cheated by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming dug up the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass and gave 2 stalks to Dandan. Dandan picked them up and ate them as if they were carrots. It looked like it was enjoying it. Lu Ming was speechless. He didn't believe that Dandan was a peerless expert. Then, Lu Ming took out a huge pill furnace. This pill furnace was found in the storage ring of someone else. Lu Ming put all the mysterious yellow silicon soil into the pill furnace. 500 kilograms. There was a total of 500 kilograms of mysterious yellow silicon soil here. It filled the pill furnace to the brim. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If this amount of mysterious yellow silicon soil was released to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Countless inscription masters would go crazy. Lu Ming carefully planted the Enlightenment ancient tree into the mysterious yellow silicon soil. After planting it, Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge pile of spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers appeared in the air. These were all low-grade spiritual herbs that he had obtained from others. Most of them were level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 spiritual herbs. They weren't of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming pressed his palm and a majestic true yuan exploded. The spiritual herbs were instantly destroyed and turned into dust. Then, Lu Ming's true yuan turned into 2 true yuan giant hands that grabbed the spiritual herbs and squeezed them. Drops of spiritual liquid appeared and dripped onto the mysterious yellow silicon soil. The mysterious yellow silicon soil could turn the spiritual liquid into its own energy to nourish the spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs planted on it. After squeezing a few thousand spiritual herbs, Lu Ming stopped and kept the mysterious yellow silicon soil in the Temple of Paragon. "Dandan, do you know where this is?" Lu Ming looked at Dandan. At this moment, Dandan had already finished eating the 2 7-knot grass. It was lying in the air with its 2 front paws on its head and its legs crossed. It had a leisurely expression on its face. "I don't know. Although the aura of this world feels familiar, I was too badly injured back then and forgot about it," Dandan said leisurely. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He knew this would happen. This guy was too good at bragging. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming flew in the same direction as before. He continued to look for a way out. "Wait for me." Chapter 575. This land was extremely vast. Lu Ming flew for 3 days straight, covering a distance of several million li. Along the way, Lu Ming did not find any profound crystal veins that could be excavated. Although this land was rich in profound crystals, they were limited. Some regions had more, while others had less. Along the way, Lu Ming found many traces of excavation. Obviously, they had been excavated. During the flight, Lu Ming converted all of the Thunder Palace Master's essence blood into bloodline power. Although the essence blood of a 9th-layer Martial King was abundant, it still did not allow his 9 dragons bloodline to reach the 8th level of the Martial King realm. The amount of essence blood needed to level up one's bloodline was terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming did not use the essence blood he had devoured to increase his cultivation. Instead, he used all of it to improve his bloodline. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a salty wind blowing. Lu Ming was startled and increased his speed. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from ahead, as if huge waves were sweeping across the sky. At the same time, the salty wind became stronger. As Lu Ming flew, the rumbling sounds became even more intense. It was simply deafening. Not long after, "Is this the ocean?" Lu Ming stood on a cliff and looked into the distance, dumbfounded. In front of him was a boundless ocean. Huge waves surged into the sky and were extremely violent. The lowest waves were a few hundred meters high. The tallest waves were even 1,000 meters high. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled and the wind howled. It was like the end of the world. Is this really the ocean? Lu Ming had never seen the ocean since he was young, but he had heard of it. However, he had never heard of the ocean being so violent. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial Dao experts would not be able to survive in the ocean. Lu Ming looked for a while. Occasionally, he could see huge sea beasts rolling in the ocean. Lu Ming frowned and looked for a while. Then, he quickly flew along the coastline. However, along the way, the ocean was the same. They were all violent. Lu Ming flew for 3 days. They were all the same. This coastline is circular. Could it be an island? Lu Ming speculated. Lu Ming, based on my experience, this should be an island. You are all tied up on an island. Dandan said. Island. If I rush out of the island, I might be able to see other people. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he flew towards the sea. Boom! Raging waves crashed against the shore and strong winds swept across. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He discovered that the astral winds on the sea were incomparably terrifying. They were like divine weapons that constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his quintessential essence to protect his body, but his quintessential essence consumption was extremely severe. At this rate, Lu Ming would not be able to fly far before his true essence was completely exhausted. Helpless, Lu Ming could only fly back to the coast. I refuse to believe that the seas in all directions are this violent. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to fly along the coastline. 10 days. Lu Ming had been flying for a total of 10 days. He reckoned that he had circled around half the island. However, all he saw was the same. It was extremely violent. This made Lu Ming rather speechless. Lu Ming was a little anxious. There were still 2.5 months until Mulan's wedding, but he still had not found a way out. Lu Ming, you can only focus on cultivating now. Perhaps one day, an outsider will come to this island. Then, you will be able to leave. Dandan said. That's all I can do. Lu Ming sighed. No matter what, strength was the best way to go. Moreover, with his current cultivation, even if he could leave, he would not be a match for the sacred star. He would only be able to fight the sacred star if his strength increased and he managed to leave. After that, Lu Ming stopped at the coast and entered the Temple of Paragon to comprehend the lightning concept. Lu Ming's lightning concept had already reached the limit of first-level minor completion. After another 5 days, Lu Ming's lightning concept broke through and reached first-level major completion. This was a threshold. First-level major completion was the symbol of a major completion king. Lightning concept has reached first-level major completion. Now, I'll use profound crystals to raise the other 2 concepts. Lu Ming took out a mid-grade wind attribute profound crystal. Now that Lu Ming was rich, he planned to use a mid-grade profound crystal to break through. Crushing the mid-grade profound crystal, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to cultivate. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Around him, the wind whistled, forming wind blades. First-level major completion wind concept. Moreover, it was at the middle stage of first-level major completion. The mid-grade profound crystal's effect was too powerful. Normally, mid-grade profound crystals were used by Sea of Soul realm experts to cultivate and comprehend the second-level nature mentality. Therefore, the effect would naturally be huge for the first-level nature mentality. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Normally, when a martial king used a mid-grade profound crystal, 70 to 80% of it would be wasted. Normally, no one would be so wasteful. However, Lu Ming had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, so he only wasted 10 to 20% at most. Now, it's fire concept. Lu Ming took out another mid-grade profound crystal and crushed it, beginning to comprehend. 2 days later, his fire concept also broke through to first-level major completion, reaching the middle stage of first-level major completion. The 3 concepts had reached major completion. Lu Ming's fusion of the 3 concepts had reached a frightening level, completely surpassing the peak of a single concept. Moreover, Lu Ming could now break through to the major completion king realm. Major completion king realm. Lu Ming's eyes shone with incomparable expectation. With a wave of his hand, a pile of 200,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals appeared. With a shake of his Jin Yuan, all the spirit crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, absorbing all the energy of these spirit crystals. Soon, 200,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 200,000. The Jin Yuan in Lu Ming's body became denser and denser, stronger and stronger. He began to break through to the 7th-level Martial King realm. Rumble. The Jin Yuan in his body was like the ocean outside, exploding wildly. Not enough, still not enough. When Lu Ming refined 1,400,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, he realized that he was still lacking a lot. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and exploded 600,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in one breath, swallowing all of them, and began to break through. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Lu Ming suddenly let out a long roar, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, soaring into the sky. If not for the Supreme Temple, it would have stirred up the clouds in the sky. 7th-level Martial King Realm, Major Completion King Realm, finally. Lu Ming laughed. Now, he was finally standing on the same level as Sacred Star. Of course, Sacred Star had reached the peak of the 9th-level Martial King Realm a few months ago, and was only 1 step away from the peak King Realm. He could break through at any time. Lu Ming was still under a lot of pressure. But at least it was fast approaching. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the Supreme Temple and appeared by the sea. Boom! Chapter 576. The spear light turned into a 3,000-meter-long giant spear, breaking through the gale above the sea and ruthlessly whipping the sea. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-tall giant wave was crushed. In the sea, a giant spear mark appeared, and the seawater collapsed, splitting into 2 sides. It was as if the entire sea had been split in half by Lu Ming's spear. Boom! After a few breaths of time, a shocking rumble came from the sea. The giant wave rolled over and covered the traces of the spear. My battle strength is at least 5 times stronger than when I was at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King Realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now, if he were to fight with the Thunder Palace Master, he was confident that he could kill him with a single spear strike even without the help of Dandan's inscription. Now, let's cultivate the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god in the sea. After the 3 intents reached greater success, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god could be cultivated to the 5th level. When the 3 intents reached the peak, he could cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the 6th level, reaching the peak. Then, Lu Ming focused on cultivating the 2 martial skills. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During this period, Dandan stared at the sea in a daze every day, as if he was thinking about something. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard battle cries from afar. And the battle cries were approaching the sea. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved and flew in that direction. Dandan hurriedly followed. In front, 5 figures were flying toward the sea. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear. Among the 5, 3 were experts of the Xian family in the ancient desolate city, and they were all at the level of King Realm. The other 2 were the 2 guardians of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. One of them had an extremely powerful aura, and he was actually at the 7th level of the Martial King Realm. The guardians of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were usually at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King Realm. Obviously, this guardian's cultivation had broken through during this period. However, his face was still filled with panic. You can't escape. Die. Behind them, dozens of zombie guards were chasing and laughing. They were unhurried, like a cat catching a mouse. One of the zombie guards had reached the peak 8th layer Martial Emperor realm. After running for a while, they were almost at the seaside. The sea is ahead. The two protectors of the Xian family and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were filled with despair. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run to now. A zombie guard burst into laughter. Stop running. Today, all of you are going to die and become our refined corpses obediently. Didn't that palace master of your Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace already become our refined corpse? The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial Emperor realm sneered. Today, you will be the ones to die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the direction of the seaside. Everyone was taken aback. They looked in the direction of the sea and saw a beam of rainbow light flash by. In the next moment, a young man of about 20 years old appeared. His eyes were as cold as a sharp sword. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? Run. You're no match for them. A green-robed protector shouted when he saw Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stepped forward and faced the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Ha ha ha, another kid has come to die. A zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 6th layer Martial King realm sneered and controlled two refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming flicked his finger and 3 spear lights flew out, directly piercing through the glabella of the zombie guard and the two refined corpses. The zombie guard opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He had not expected Lu Ming's spear lights to be so fast that he could not block them at all. Kid, you're courting death. The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm roared with killing intent. The other zombie guards also surrounded Lu Ming. What should we do? The people of the Xian family and the two protectors stopped in the distance with complicated expressions. There are 2 King realm experts and 5 refined corpses. Lu Ming is definitely no match for them. If we go up, we will be killed. A protector said. That's right. Let's take this opportunity to leave. A middle-aged man from the Xian family said. As for the others, their eyes flashed with hesitation. Let's go. Once Lu Ming is dead, we won't be able to leave. The middle-aged man from the Xian family urged. Okay. Let's go. The others gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A huge flood dragon emerged from Lu Ming's body. It opened its mouth and sucked. Drops of essence and blood flew out from the bodies of dozens of zombie guards and then fell to the ground one by one like raindrops. Only the 2 King Realm zombie guards were not dead, but their faces were also pale. The Xian family and the 2 protectors were in disbelief. Damn it, how dare you kill the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect? You're courting death. The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm roared and controlled the 3 refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. That's the Earth Palace Master. Lu Ming found that one of the refined corpses was very familiar. It was the Earth Palace Master. Ha ha ha, this is one of the palace masters of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was killed by our experts and turned into a refined corpse as a reward. What do you think? Isn't he powerful? The zombie guard with an 8th layer Martial King realm sneered. Die. Lu Ming swept his long spear and the 2 corpses of the 8th layer Martial King realm were sent flying like cannonballs and smashed into the ground. Then, he took a step forward and the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps exploded. The other 7th layer Martial King realm martial artist and his 2 refined corpses exploded. Ah, how could this be? The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm screamed in fear. Not far away, the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 protectors who were about to escape were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Lu Ming had killed the zombie guards who had made them run for their lives without any effort. He was unimaginably powerful. Gulp. The middle-aged man from the Xian family swallowed his saliva and was covered in cold sweat. Don't come over. The zombie guard screamed and controlled the refined corpse of the palace master of the Earth Palace to block in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, he ran for his life. Humph. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure flashed. He passed by the palace master of the Earth Palace and appeared behind the zombie guard. He stabbed his long spear into the zombie guard's waist and came out from his dantian. True Yuan exploded and the zombie guard's dantian exploded, destroying his cultivation. Once his cultivation was destroyed, the corpse of the palace master of the Earth Palace stopped moving in the air. Don't kill me. The zombie guard screamed and begged for mercy. Speak, where are the rest of you? Lu Ming asked. In a plane 100,000 miles ahead. I beg you, let me go. The zombie guard begged for mercy. Buzz. With a shake of the long spear, the zombie guard was torn into pieces. With a wave of his hand, dozens of storage rings flew into Lu Ming's hand and disappeared. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to grow so much in such a short time. At this moment, the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 protectors flew over. One of the protectors said with a smile. Yeah, I've lived for a few hundred years. Young hero Lu Ming is the strongest genius I've ever seen. Chapter 577. Lu Ming nodded calmly. Without saying anything, he flew to the corpse of the Earth Palace master. Although the discussion between the 3 from the Xian family and the 2 protectors was some distance away, Lu Ming still heard it. The characters of these 5 people were not good, so Lu Ming did not want to say more. The 5 of them looked at each other and followed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and a surge of true yuan covered the body of the Earth Palace master, removing the aura and inscription marks left behind by the corpse refining sect. The Earth Palace master turned into an ordinary corpse. Then Lu Ming dug a hole nearby and buried the Earth Palace master. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Why don't you come with us? One of the protectors said and looked at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. If Lu Ming could come with them, they would be much safer. Sure, I'm going to the gathering point of the zombie guards. Do you want to come with me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the 3 from the Xian family and the 2 protectors. Going to the gathering point of the zombie guards? Are you crazy? There are more than 300 zombie guards there, and there are also 3 9th-layer Martial King zombie guards in the Great Success stage. They are controlling the dragon corpse. Going there is suicide. The middle-aged man from the Xian family yelled. Oh. Then you're not going? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, it's too dangerous there. You should go somewhere else with us and see if you can find a way out. One of the protectors said. If that's the case, then go ahead. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. He did not have a good impression of these people. You. Lu Ming, don't think that you can look down on others just because you have some strength. I'm not going to die with you. The middle-aged man from the Xian family said and turned to leave. The other 4 people's expressions changed and they left with the middle-aged man from the Xian family. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not caring at all. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the mound of the Earth Hall Master, then turned around and headed inland. 100,000 miles away, there was a plain. On the plain, there were many huge coffins. Corpse chi filled the air. This was the gathering point of the Heavenly Corpse Sect's corpse guards. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he was discovered. A zombie guard controlled 2 refined corpses to appear. The people who will kill you. An icy voice sounded out. With a flick of his finger, a spear light shot out and nailed the corpse guard to death. A sneak attack. A loud roar was heard, and the entire plain was in an uproar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as corpse guards and refined corpses flew out of the coffins. In a short while, several hundred corpse guards and even more refined corpses appeared in front of Lu Ming. Alone? Why are you alone? You dare to launch a sneak attack alone? You're courting death. Attack! Kill him! Some corpse guards yelled and controlled the refined corpses to pounce at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood motionless in the air. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spear lights shot out. They were so fast that those below the Greater Success King stage couldn't react in time. Puff! 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 More than 10 sharp blades pierced through the bodies, and more than 10 corpse guards were killed. Among them, there were even 2 6th-layer Martial King experts. So strong. The other corpse guards were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Get out of the way. This person is a Greater Success King. You're not his match. A shriveled voice sounded, and an old zombie guard appeared. Beside him were 2 middle-aged corpse guards. Roar! Roar! With 2 roars, 2 huge demonic corpses appeared in front of the old corpse guard. In addition, there were 2 strange refined corpses. They wore armor and held spears, which were different from the other refined corpses. However, they both emitted powerful auras. They were both 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. Further behind, there were 2 ordinary refined corpses wrapped in iron chains. They also emitted powerful auras of 9th-layer Martial King. There were 3 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards and 6 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. This could be said to be the strongest force among the corpse guards attacking the ancient desolate city. You're all here. Good, I don't have to find you one by one. Lu Ming said with a cold gaze. Little guy, you're so arrogant. Looking at your aura, you just broke through to the Greater Success King stage not long ago. How dare you say that you want to kill us? You're overestimating yourself. Kill. The old corpse guard sneered. Then, a huge demonic corpse roared and pounced at Lu Ming. The demonic corpse's eyes were blood red, and its body was filled with a murderous aura. It pounced forward, bringing with it a fierce wind. The wind thunder spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. A huge spear light appeared, surrounded by 3 different wills of heaven and earth. Bang! The huge demonic corpse, like a doll, was swept away by Lu Ming's spear. The corpse guards around could not dodge in time and were sent flying by the huge body of the demonic corpse. Some corpse guards even exploded. So strong? All the zombie guards at the scene, including the 3 9th-layer Martial Emperor Realm zombie guards, stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. The 9th-layer Martial King demonic corpse was stronger than ordinary 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. Its body was invulnerable and had infinite strength. However, it was easily swept away by Lu Ming's spear. It was too terrifying. Let's attack together and kill this man. The old corpse guard roared. Roar. With a roar, the 3 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards joined forces. The remaining 5 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses pounced at Lu Ming with shocking power. At the same time, some other corpse guards controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming uttered a roar as his true chi rumbled and his aura soared into the sky. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared as he opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, over 50 corpse guards nearby were devoured and fell to the ground. At the same time, he swung his spear like an invincible general. Bang! 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 The 5 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses were swept away by him. Currently, Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the 9th-layer Martial King realm and was approaching the peak Martial King realm. Not good, control the dragon corpse. The old corpse guard screamed as he and the other 2 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards backed away rapidly while performing hand seals, emitting a corpse aura. Roar. A dragon's roar could be heard as a huge dragon corpse ran out from the depths of the valley. 3 9th-level Martial King zombie guards flew to the head of the Flood Dragon's corpse. They controlled the Flood Dragon's corpse and charged toward Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's bloodline of the 9 dragons unleashed a terrifying devouring force, slaying over 50 corpse guards. Of course, Lu Ming did not let go of any of the storage rings. Die! The old corpse guard roared as the dragon corpse swiped at Lu Ming with its claw. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and began to tremble violently. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the air rapidly compressed and exploded. Let's see how strong you are. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and stabbed forward with his spear. A tricolor true dragon collided with the flood dragon's corpse. A shocking explosion was heard as a powerful force swept in all directions. Some of the corpse guards nearby were directly torn apart by the force and died on the spot. Chapter 578. After the tricolor true dragon was defeated, Lu Ming's figure retreated 1,000 meters. His chi and blood surged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a strong power. This flood dragon was definitely a peak existence in the Sea of Soul realm when it was alive. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the flood dragon's corpse with a serious expression. This flood dragon's corpse was extremely strong and invulnerable. The 3 zombie guards did not display much of the flood dragon's strength, but the attack just now should have reached the peak king level. Previously in the ancient Desolation City, more than 10 king-level experts were controlling it together. That was how powerful it was, almost approaching the Sea of Soul realm. For this kind of powerful refined corpse, the more people it controlled, the more strength it could display. So strong? On the flood dragon's corpse, the 3 zombie guards were also shocked. Continue. The old zombie guard roared and continued to control the flood dragon's corpse to attack Lu Ming. Do you think I will still fight force with force? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a mocking smile. His figure flashed as he rushed toward the other zombie guards. The devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline crazily erupted, and the zombie guards were devoured one after another, falling here. Damn it! On the flood dragon's corpse, the 3 zombie guards controlling it could not catch up with Lu Ming's speed at all. Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. With one step, he covered 10 miles in a flash. Large numbers of zombie guards were harvested by Lu Ming like weeds. Soon, more than 200 zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. A total of more than 300 zombie guards. How long had it been? More than 200 had died. The remaining zombie guards screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming took 2 steps and appeared above the flood dragon's corpse in a flash. He stabbed his spear at a 9th layer Martial King zombie guard. The zombie guard roared in fear and burst out with corpse chi, forming more than a dozen corpse chi shields in front of him. But it was useless. The spear pierced through and the shield exploded. The zombie guard's head also exploded like a watermelon. At this time, the flood dragon's claw reached toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his spear and hit the flood dragon's claw. He borrowed the force and floated back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not good, let's go. Go. There were still 2 9th layer Martial King zombie guards left on the flood dragon's corpse. They were terrified and did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse. Of the flood dragon's corpse. And of them did not dare to fight, if they did not escape. Or. There was a sneer on Lu Ming's lips. Those people ran to the sea in a panic. They were courting death. He was not in a hurry to chase them. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps to chase after the zombie guards in other directions. After a while, dozens of zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming then chased toward the sea. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he saw the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect who were fleeing. He's coming. Run, run. The old zombie guard's face was ugly. He frantically controlled the flood dragon's corpse to escape. Rumble. The deafening roar of waves came from ahead. The sea. The old zombie guard's face changed. The other zombie guards were in the same situation. Go to the sea. The old zombie guard roared. They had the flood dragon's corpse. They planned to rush into the sea and take a gamble. As long as they hid in the flood dragon's corpse, they might be able to survive in the sea. They rushed towards the sea at top speed, but when they reached the shore, they stopped. Boats. They saw boats. In the depths of the sea, they saw 3 huge boats sailing toward them. Even Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of shock in his eyes. If there were boats, did it mean that they could leave this damned place? Lu Ming stopped chasing the zombie guards. The 3 boats were sailing toward them at high speed. They were getting closer and closer. Lu Ming and the others were more and more shocked. Those were not ordinary boats. They were clearly 3 warships. Each of them was extremely huge and shaped like an awl. The deck alone was more than 1,000 meters above the water. They were black and seemed to be made of a strange metal. Some strange creatures were engraved on them. Lu Ming had never seen them before. On the vast ocean, the terrifying waves and violent winds were completely ineffective against the 3 warships. The 3 warships came riding the wind and waves. We're saved. We can get out. Some zombie guards laughed wildly and rushed toward the sea in ecstasy. They were getting closer and closer to the sea. No. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Dandan had a suspicious look in her eyes and she kept muttering. What's wrong? Someone's coming. It means that we can leave this island. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of expectation. No, I'm familiar with the aura of these 3 warships. It seems to be the aura of my enemy. Dandan whispered, as if trying to recall something. But he couldn't think of anything at the moment. Lu Ming, trust me. Retreat, it's dangerous. Dandan said with a rare solemn tone. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a look of contemplation. In the end, he retreated dozens of miles and appeared on a cliff, looking into the distance. At this time, the warships were getting closer and closer. As they got closer, they could feel the terrifying pressure from the warships. The flood dragon's corpse was huge enough, but in front of the huge warships, it was like a reptile. Rumble. The waves were broken, and the 3 warships stopped dozens of miles away from the sea. Many zombie guards looked at them eagerly. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, figures flew out of the warships and appeared in the sky above the sea. What's that? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a look of shock. The figures that rushed out of the warships were not human at all. Although they were in human form, each of them was more than 2 meters tall and covered in black scales. In terms of body shape, they were somewhat similar to the scaled demons of the scaled demon plane that Lu Ming had seen before. The difference was that these figures had 2 sharp horns on their heads that emitted a sharp light, and there was a 3rd eye between their eyebrows. The general is right. There is indeed something strange happening on Horizon Island. Some reptiles have appeared. A burly 3-eyed creature spoke, and what he said was exactly the same as what Lu Ming and the others had said. How did these reptiles appear? Did they come from the primordial realm? It's very possible. Amazing, really amazing. The reptiles of the primordial realm actually came to the heavenly realm. Take them down and hand them over to the general. We must ask them how they came here. Maybe we can find the entrance to the primordial realm. Some of the other 3-eyed creatures spoke one after another. After that, about a dozen of the 3-eyed creatures moved and rushed to the shore. Then, with a wave of their hands, their claws rapidly enlarged and grabbed at the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. So strong. Chapter 579. He found that the dozens of 3-eyed creatures were all stronger than him. More than half of them were definitely peak-level kings, and the other half were simply terrifying. Their auras were deep like an abyss, and they were much stronger than peak-level kings. Sea Spirit Realm. Those were definitely peerless experts of the Sea Spirit Realm. It was terrifying that so many peerless experts of the Sea Spirit Realm had appeared all of a sudden. Oh no, run! At this moment, the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect were shocked. They screamed and fled frantically. But where could they escape? A giant hand covered in scales reached out and grabbed the dragon's corpse without any resistance, including the 2 ninth-layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse guards on it. They were grabbed by the 3-eyed creature like tiny insects and tossed into a jar. The bottle was not big, but it threw the 200-meter-long dragon into it. Stop, let's talk nicely. We're disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A zombie guard shouted. What Heavenly Corpse sect? A bunch of pathetic bugs of the primordial realm. The primordial realm will be conquered by our clan sooner or later. A tall three-eyed creature laughed loudly. With a grab of its large hand, several corpse guards were caught and thrown into a bottle. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and ran without hesitation. Being caught by these creatures would definitely not end well. Lu Ming's heart sank. Lu Ming had obtained some information from the conversation between the few three-eyed creatures earlier. Heavenly Realm? Primordial Realm? Did this place belong to the Heavenly Realm? What was the Heavenly Realm? Wasn't this his original world? How could he go back? What were these three-eyed creatures? Lu Ming had many doubts in his heart, but he could only run. If he was caught by them, he would definitely not end well. It seems that there are many bugs of the primordial realm on this deserted island. Let's move in groups and catch all of them. Don't leave a single one alive. A three-eyed creature with a terrifying aura ordered. Yes. The other three-eyed creatures obeyed. At this moment, the zombie guards had already been caught. The three-eyed creatures scattered and flew toward the island. Not only that, but another dozen three-eyed creatures flew out from a warship and flew into the island. Rumble. A three-eyed living being was flying at high speed behind Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly fast and the space was vibrating. However, he did not discover Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fly in the air. Instead, he retracted his aura and flew close to the ground. I see you. The three-eyed being behind him roared and slapped out with its palm. A massive palm print slammed into Lu Ming's right side. Let's go, let's go. Immediately, several horrified roars sounded from that place. 5 figures appeared, frantically running away. Yeah, it's them. Those 5 figures were actually 3 people from the Xian clan and 2 protectors from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Obviously, the 5 of them also saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, save me, save me. The middle-aged man from the Xian family roared and approached Lu Ming. Nestle. Lu Ming roared in his heart. In order to survive, the other party actually wanted to drag him down. Originally, the three-eyed being did not discover Lu Ming. Now, he was discovered. Damn it. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and his speed increased explosively. However, this way, the risk of being exposed also increased greatly. Lu Ming, you're not saving us. You'll die a horrible death. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the Xian family's man shouted in despair. So noisy. A large hand grabbed the 5 of them and threw them into a bottle. Interesting worm, you run quite fast. Let's see if you can escape from my grasp. A cold light flashed in the three-eyed being's eyes as it chased after Lu Ming. Its speed was terrifyingly fast and was actually not slower than Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hurry, the other party is catching up. Dandan urged. I know. Don't be noisy. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme. 3 steps in a row, his speed was unbelievably fast. However, the three-eyed being was still following closely behind him. That three-eyed being is extremely powerful. Judging from its aura, it's infinitely close to the Sea of Soul realm. I'm definitely not its opponent. Once I'm entangled by it, when the other three-eyed beings arrive, I'll be dead for sure. Lu Ming's mind turned rapidly. Dandan, aren't you the reincarnation of a peerless expert? Is there any way? Lu Ming could only turn his attention to Dandan. Of course there's a way. I'll engrave an inscription formation on your body to conceal your aura. This way, your aura will be completely concealed, and the other party won't be able to sense you at all. Then, you'll find a place to hide, and I'll engrave another inscription formation to isolate your aura. Dandan rolled his eyes and said. Then hurry up. Lu Ming shouted. Then, Dandan waved its claws and began to engrave. Lu Ming continued to chase. Huh, Tanbu, you can't even catch up to a worm. Do you want me to help you? At this moment, a voice sounded not far away, and another three-eyed being appeared. You don't need to interfere. I'm enough. The three-eyed creature that was chasing after Lu Ming shouted. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. The other three-eyed being smiled and flew away. Lu Ming let out a long breath and continued to fly. Soon, he had flown hundreds of thousands of miles. Dandan, why aren't you done yet? Lu Ming asked. Cough, cough, I just failed. Hold on a little longer. Dandan coughed a few times awkwardly. Fuck. Lu Ming was speechless. Along the way, Dandan had failed 5 times. Lu Ming seriously doubted whether Dandan could do it or not and whether it was tricking him. Hey, kid, what's with your expression? Are you doubting me? I'm one of the top 10 battle beasts. My battle strength is unparalleled. I'm proficient in inscriptions, alchemy, and refining. There's nothing I don't know. How dare you doubt me? If I wasn't injured back then, I could kill these ants with a blow of my breath. Dandan shouted. I believe you, I believe you. Hurry up. Lu Ming was speechless and could only grit his teeth and run. After a while. Okay, I did it. Dandan shouted. There were lines of inscriptions on Lu Ming's body. They were extremely beautiful. Is it really useful? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. Nonsense, of course it's useful. You can't sense it, but others can't sense a trace of your aura. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts can't sense it, unless they surpass the Sea of Soul Realm. Dandan said with a face full of confidence. Okay, I'll believe you. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to fly. Soon, a lake appeared in front of him. Lu Ming dived into the lake without thinking. The lake was very deep as 1,000 meters. After Lu Ming rushed into the lake, he quickly descended to the bottom of the lake and condensed a long spear in his hand. The long spear spun rapidly and drilled into the bottom of the lake like a drill. Chapter 580. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the hole, his true yuan burst forth, and the hole behind him collapsed. It was covered by the mud at the bottom of the lake, and it was impossible to see the hole at all. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the lake for no other reason than to use the lake water to block the three-eyed creature's vision. Boom! Not long after Lu Ming drilled into the bottom of the lake, the three-eyed creature arrived and directly rushed to the bottom of the lake, stirring up monstrous waves. However, when it rushed to the bottom of the lake, it did not find any trace of Lu Ming. Even his aura could not be sensed at all. Damn it! The three-eyed creature roared, an energy that was completely different from true yuan emanated from its body, wreaking havoc at the bottom of the lake. The lake water was turbulent, and countless creatures in the lake were killed. Blood dyed the lake red. Under the ground, Lu Ming activated his true yuan, spinning his true yuan spear, and kept drilling down. Rumble. A deafening roar came from above. Lu Ming knew that the three-eyed creature had arrived. Lu Ming did not bother to pay attention to it and drilled down with all his strength. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he had drilled down a few hundred meters, and then he changed direction and drilled forward. After drilling for a few hundred miles, he dug out a cave underground. Lu Ming planned to stay here for the time being. Kid, my inscription formation is not bad, right? Hee, now, I'll carve a formation around this cave. I guarantee that the other party will not be able to find you even if they search this island. Dandan was extremely proud. Then, he began to carve inscriptions around the cave. Lu Ming let out a long breath, his brows furrowed tightly. This time, it was fortunate that it was not a Sea of Soul Realm three-eyed creature chasing after him. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape. He originally thought that he had seen the hope of getting out, but now, he was in despair. Also, how was Xian Xiang? With her cultivation, it would be disastrous for her to land on this deserted island. Sect leader Xian, it seems that I have to let you down. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Then, Lu Ming threw away all other thoughts and circulated the true dragon battle arts to heal his injuries. Previously, he had exchanged a few blows with the flood dragon's corpse and was slightly injured. About half an hour later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. Boy, the inscription formation has been carved. Don't worry. Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Dandan, you said earlier that you were familiar with these creatures. Think about it again and see if you can find any clues. Lu Ming said. Now, he could only place his hopes on this unreliable little turtle. Sigh, I was injured back then, and there was a problem with my memory. I can't remember much, but I vaguely remember that they were my enemies. The place I lived in should be in this world, the Heaven Realm. Dandan frowned as he pondered. Heaven Realm, what kind of place is the Heaven Realm? Could it be a plane? Lu Ming said. Of course not. I vaguely remember that the Heaven Realm should be a main world, and the world you are in should be called the Primordial Realm, which is also a main world. The two worlds are twin worlds. The two worlds complement each other. Heaven Realm? Primordial Realm? Twin worlds? Lu Ming was confused. Could the so-called gate of heaven in my world be the gate to this world? Lu Ming guessed. He finally knew why Dandan was expelled from the gate of heaven. Sigh, I don't remember much. Don't ask any more. When I remember, I will naturally tell you. Now, you should hide here for the time being and cultivate well. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. For the time being, that was all he could do. Then, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of storage rings appeared beside him. There were more than 200 of them. Lu Ming hadn't counted the storage rings that he had obtained during this period. Since he had time now, he might as well count them. So many storage rings. How many arcane crystals could there be? Lu Ming was full of anticipation. Immediately, he counted them one by one. It took him more than a day to sort through all of them. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. There were too many arcane crystals. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 18 types of arcane crystals. The total number of arcane crystals was 230,000 pieces. Adding the 30,000 pieces he had before, there were 260,000 arcane crystals. 260,000 arcane crystals. What kind of concept was that? Lu Ming's heart trembled. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that some people had very few arcane crystals in their storage rings, while others had a lot. This was normal. This island couldn't be filled with arcane crystals. Some places had more arcane crystals, while others had less. The area that Lu Ming had passed by earlier probably had more arcane crystals. 260,000 arcane crystals. Lu Ming estimated that more than half of the island's arcane crystals had fallen into his pocket. Among them, there were more than 15,000 arcane crystals of wind, fire, and lightning. There were more than 20 arcane crystals of the three types. So many arcane crystals were enough for Lu Ming to use for a while. In addition, there were more than 10 million top-grade spirit crystals. During this time, many people's intent had improved. They must have refined a lot of top-grade spirit crystals. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be so many. As for the other things, there were even more, piling up like a mountain. With so many arcane crystals, I don't have to worry about wind and fire. Cultivating them to the peak of the first level won't be a problem. However, the lightning intent will be a problem. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. The lightning cauldron would devour the lightning intent from the arcane crystals every time. This gave Lu Ming a headache. Otherwise, with so many resources, Lu Ming would be able to reach the peak king level in a short time. Now, Lu Ming could only focus on comprehending the lightning intent. As long as he could comprehend the lightning intent, his cultivation base would increase rapidly. Then, his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the lightning intent. Time passed like the wind. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, rumbling sounds could be heard from the ground. Those three-eyed beings hadn't left yet. In this month, Lu Ming focused on comprehending the lightning intent. His progress was terrifying. A month of cultivation for him was equivalent to nearly 10 years of cultivation for an ordinary person. In such a long time, Lu Ming had comprehended the lightning intent to the peak of the first level greater mastery. He was only one step away from the peak of the first level. However, this step wasn't so easy to break through. After comprehending the lightning intent to this point, Lu Ming stopped and began to use arcane crystals to break through the wind and fire intent. Lu Ming directly used mid-grade arcane crystals. 7 days later, after using 2 mid-grade arcane crystals, his wind and fire intent had reached the peak of the first level. Now, let's start to increase my cultivation. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large amount of top-grade spirit crystals appeared. He began to use them to increase his cultivation base. The number of top-grade spirit crystals needed to reach the 7th level of the Martial King realm was even more terrifying. It required 800,000. He spent 2,400,000 top-grade spirit crystals to reach the peak of the 7th level of the Martial King realm. Then, he used another 2 million to break through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. In this way, Lu Ming continued to improve. The speed of his improvement was enough to scare other cultivators to death. In half a month, Lu Ming used up all the top-grade spirit crystals he had. Lu Ming's cultivation base finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. Chapter 581. Then, Lu Ming spent another 10 days to cultivate the 5th level of the 3 arts of the Dragon God. Lu Ming's battle strength had reached its peak. At this time, Lu Ming stopped cultivating because he was getting more and more anxious. He couldn't cultivate at all. There were only 10 days left until Mulan's and Xingxing's wedding. Lu Ming couldn't calm down. No, I have to find a way out. I can't be trapped here forever. Lu Ming pondered and decided to go out and explore. With his current battle strength, as long as he didn't encounter a Sea of Soul Realm expert, escaping would be no problem. Kid, you're finally going to get out. After this king has been racking his brains for a while, this king has finally thought of a way to get out. Dandan lay on Lu Ming's shoulder and crossed her legs, speaking leisurely. A way out? What is it? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. When you came in, it should be because of the ancient Desolation City. Then, you can only rely on the ancient Desolation City to get out. As long as you find the ancient Desolation City, I'll study it. Maybe I can find a way out. Dandan explained. Ancient Desolation City? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he frowned and said, although the ancient Desolation City also entered this world, I don't know where it is. It should be on this island. I'll have to rely on you to find it. Dandan said. All right. Now, he could only rely on this method. Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hand. The long spear spun and drilled into the ground. After a while, Lu Ming drilled out of the ground. Lu Ming restrained his aura and observed the surroundings. Everything was condensed, but there was no movement. Could it be that the three-eyed creature has already left? Lu Ming pondered and was about to soar into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He restrained his aura and hid. In the sky, a tall figure flew towards the island at an extremely fast speed. Wasn't that the three-eyed creature? The three-eyed being hadn't left yet. Since the three-eyed being had not left, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to find the ancient desolate city. At this moment, a few more figures flew over from afar. It was also a three-eyed creature. Quick, the leader discovered an ancient city in the depths of the island. It's very likely that it has something to do with the appearance of those reptiles here. Let's hurry over. Quick. Several voices came from the sky. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. Ancient city? Could it be that the three-eyed creature has discovered the ancient desolate city? Lu Ming's face was extremely ugly. If the three-eyed creature discovered the ancient desolate city, it would be troublesome. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used his movement technique. Sticking close to the ground, he quickly followed the three-eyed creature. Along the way, they flew at an extremely fast speed. In just one day, they had flown a distance of 2 million li. A huge mountain forest appeared in front of them. It's that forest. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that the forest in front of him was the one he had seen when he first entered. Lu Ming was even more cautious as he withdrew his aura. This was because there were extremely powerful beasts in the forest. However, along the way, Lu Ming did not encounter any powerful beasts. Those that he did encounter were extremely weak. What's that? Not long after, Lu Ming passed by a place and discovered that it was in a mess. The ancient trees had collapsed, and there were huge pits everywhere. He could even see giant palm prints on the ground. There were also some bloodstains on the ground. Could it be that the three-eyed creature has already killed the powerful beasts here? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Sure enough, along the way, they could see some potholes from time to time. They were all traces left behind by great battles. After traveling for another half a day, the three-eyed creatures suddenly came to a stop. Lu Ming sensed that there was a terrifying and powerful aura in front of him. There were at least 200 of them. There were a few dozen auras that were extremely terrifying, like an immeasurable ocean. Lu Ming did not dare to move forward. He retreated for 100 miles. Dandan, engrave those aura-concealing runes for me. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll help you again. However, in the future, if you encounter any high-level spirit herbs or natural treasures, don't forget about me. I need to recover. Dandan took the opportunity to offer a price. Cut the crap. Hurry up, or I'll throw you out. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan and threatened. You. Kid, you win. Dandan gritted his teeth. In the end, he had no choice but to engrave the runes for Lu Ming while cursing. After failing 3 times, he finally succeeded. Runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming immediately rushed into the sky and hid in a cloud, looking into the distance. In front of him, a huge black ancient city sat in the middle of the forest. The ancient desolate city, it's really the ancient desolate city. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. However, the current ancient desolation city was different from before. Now, the ancient desolation city was surrounded by a layer of light that enveloped it. There were many tall figures surrounding the ancient desolation city. There were more than 200 tall figures, and they were all three-eyed beings. The weakest of the 200 three-eyed beings was equivalent to a peak-tier king. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. All right, almost everyone is here. Now, let's attack together and break the light barrier. A voice sounded. Yes, leader. The other three-eyed beings all responded. Boom. Boom. Then, terrifying auras exploded. More than 200 three-eyed beings emitted a terrifying black light. All kinds of weapons appeared, and terrifying attacks landed on the light barrier of the ancient desolation city. Boom. Boom. More than 200 three-eyed beings attacked at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Heaven and earth seemed to be boiling as they were completely drowned by the powerful attacks. However, that light barrier held on, continuously releasing rumbling sounds, producing ripples like water. However, it really did hold on, not being broken through. Continue. A loud roar sounded, and the three-eyed beings attacked crazily again. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the light barrier, causing the light barrier to tremble more and more violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Use your divine eyes to attack. The voice ordered again. Then, Lu Ming saw that the third eye of each three-eyed being was emitting a bright light. Beams of light shot out like divine swords that landed on the light barrier. Pung! The light barrier seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed with a boom. Finally broken. Let's rush in and see what's behind it. A three-eyed being laughed and rushed into the ancient desolation city. However, as soon as he rushed into the ancient desolation city, his face was filled with fear. He screamed and his burly body exploded. This made the other three-eyed beings who wanted to rush in change their expressions. What's going on? Many three-eyed beings stopped in their tracks and were shocked. Who's inside? Chapter 582. Sigh. At this moment, a sigh was heard from the ancient barren city. This sigh was filled with desolation and helplessness, as if it came from ancient times. Who would have thought that after such a long time, the Divine Eye clan is still in the Heaven Domain? Has the Heaven Domain really been defeated? Another sigh was heard from the ancient barren city. Who is it? You know quite a lot. Let me tell you, the Heaven Domain is completely under the control of the Divine Eye clan. Only a few people are still resisting. Soon, the Divine Eye clan will be able to open the entrance to the Yuan realm. By then, both the Tian Yuan realm and the Heaven Domain will be under the control of the Divine Eye clan. The leader of the three-eyed creatures said. In the ancient barren city, the voice was silent for a long time. Stop pretending to be mysterious and rush in. The leader of the three-eyed creatures yelled. Suddenly, dozens of the three-eyed creatures rushed into the ancient barren city. Clang! At this moment, a sword chime was heard, and a sword chi flashed out from the ancient barren tomb. Poof! Poof! Dozens of the three-eyed creatures were cut in half, including two powerful sea spirit realm beings. This time, the three-eyed creatures' faces changed. Patter! Patter! Deep footsteps were heard from the ancient barren tomb. The sound was not loud, but strangely, it spread far and wide. Then, three figures walked out from the ancient barren tomb. Now, Lu Ming's eyesight was so good that he could see clearly even if he was a few hundred miles away. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly focused. Xian Xiang, Xian Feng. Among the three people, Lu Ming saw Xian Xiang and Xian Feng. Xian Xiang and Xian Feng had been in the ancient barren tomb all this time. What was going on? In front of Xian Xiang and Xian Feng, there was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. He was very handsome, but he looked weathered. The clothes he was wearing were very strange, and it was definitely not what was popular now. Who are you? The leader of the three-eyed creatures yelled. I'm just someone who is lucky to have survived. The middle-aged man sighed softly, then looked around and said, Since you have met me, consider yourself unlucky. I'll send you on your way. Shameless. Let's attack together. The leader of the three-eyed creatures roared. Then, the third eyes of all the three-eyed beings lit up and shot out beams of divine light towards the middle-aged man. This was especially true for the three-eyed creature leader, who was unimaginably powerful. The divine light he shot out directly pierced a large hole in space. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of a sword chime rang out. The middle-aged man didn't move at all, but his eyes lit up, and a sword light flew out from his right eye, sweeping in all directions. Puchi! Around the ancient desolation city, all the three-eyed living beings were like scarecrows, unable to put up any resistance. They were all sliced in half. That included the leader. One sword, dead. In the distant clouds, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Heavens, he was too strong. Where did this middle-aged man come from? At this moment, the middle-aged man looked in Lu Ming's direction and said indifferently, Little guy, have you seen enough? If you have, come out. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, glanced at Dandan, and said, Your inscription is useless. Nonsense, that person is not simple. Why do I find him familiar? I can't remember. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming ignored Dandan and flew out, flying towards the ancient desolation city. Lord Lu Ming. Xian Xiang saw Lu Ming, and she was overjoyed. Lu Ming. Xian Feng's eyes flashed, and he was also surprised. Xian Xiang, brother Xian Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Who is this senior? Lu Ming flew to the front of Xian Xiang and the other two, and cupped his fists at the middle-aged man. Lord Lu Ming, it's great that you're fine. This is the ancestor of the Xian family. No, it should be the ancestor of the Xian family. The blood essence of this senior was integrated into the Xian family. Xian Xiang hurriedly explained. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were like the stars in the universe as he stared at Dandan. Oh my God, what are you trying to do? I'm the leader of the top 10 beasts. I'm unparalleled. Don't you dare have any ideas about me. Seeing the middle-aged man staring at it, Dandan screamed in fear. It hugged Lu Ming's neck tightly with its 4 claws and retreated into its shell. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. The middle-aged man sighed continuously. He then looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. And the 9 dragons' bloodline. This little guy is quite lucky. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Lu Ming's face changed drastically, and he was shocked. The middle-aged man could see through his 9 dragons' bloodline at a glance. Didn't Supreme 9 Sons help him seal it? Judging from his aura, he couldn't tell that it was the 9 dragons' bloodline. This man could see through it at a glance. Little guy, don't be nervous. Although the 9 dragons' bloodline is rare, it's useless to me. The middle-aged man smiled. Lord Lu Ming, the old ancestor is repairing a teleportation array to return to the Yuan realm. You came at the right time. Let's go back together. Xian Xiang walked over and said. We can go back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Yes, there was a teleportation array in the desolate ancient tomb, but it was destroyed. The old ancestor has been repairing it all this time. Xian Xiang said. Wait for me here. There are a few ants. I'll go deal with them. The middle-aged man said. As soon as his voice fell, the middle-aged man disappeared. Lu Ming was right beside him, but he couldn't feel how the middle-aged man disappeared. It was as if the middle-aged man wasn't there in the first place. But in the next moment, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared again. It didn't even take 2 breaths. It's been settled. Come with me. Having said that, he walked toward the desolate ancient tomb. This is too fast. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Lu Ming guessed that the middle-aged man should have gone to deal with those battleships, but this speed was too terrifying. Lord Lu Ming, let's go. Xian Xiang pulled Lu Ming and walked toward the desolate ancient tomb. Xian Feng didn't speak and followed in. After entering the desolate ancient tomb, the door of the desolate ancient tomb closed. Inside the desolate ancient tomb, it was extremely large and spacious, like a great hall. In the hall, there was only an ancient bronze coffin that was open. Behind the ancient bronze coffin, there was a small altar. The middle-aged man came to the side of the altar and formed a seal with both hands. Inscriptions entered the altar. Lord Lu Ming, the teleportation array will be repaired in 1 day. Let's wait. Xian Xiang said. All right. Xian Xiang, have you been here all this time? Chapter 583. Many people from the Xian family had entered. Why were only Xian Xiang and Xian Feng here? Lu Ming was curious. Yes, I fainted after I was sucked into that door. When I woke up, I was here with big brother Xian Feng. Xian Xiang said. As if she saw the curiosity in Lu Ming's eyes, Xian Xiang explained, Old ancestor said that big brother Xian Feng and I have the strongest bloodline and inherited most of old ancestor's bloodline. Therefore, old ancestor saved the 2 of us and taught us cultivation. Lu Ming was enlightened. So that was the case. By the way, Lord Lu Ming, how is my father? Xian Xiang suddenly asked, looking at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. As expected, Xian Xiang still asked. Lu Ming didn't know what to say. After pondering for a while, he decided to be direct. Sect Master Xian has fallen. Then, the storage ring that Xian Long gave him before he died appeared in his hand. Sect Master Xian asked me to pass this to you before he died. Father. Xian Xiang cried out in grief, tears streaming down her face. When she was kidnapped and saw that Xian Long was severely injured, she was already mentally prepared. However, after confirming it, she was still extremely sad and couldn't stop crying. Lu Ming didn't know what to say and could only stand at the side in a daze. Heavenly Corpse Sect, damn it. Xian Feng walked over, clenching his fists and growling. After a while, Xian Xiang stopped crying and said, Big brother Xian Feng is right. Sooner or later, I will flatten the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Lu Ming looked at Xian Xiang and Xian Feng. The Heavenly Corpse Sect was so huge that it could compete with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It wouldn't be easy to flatten it. However, Xian Feng and Xian Xiang had the guidance of the middle-aged man. It might be possible. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xian Xiang, and Xian Feng started chatting. Xian Xiang and Xian Feng found out from the middle-aged man that this was the Heaven Realm and their realm was called the Primordial Realm. Lu Ming wanted to ask for more information, but Xian Xiang and Xian Feng shook their heads. The middle-aged man didn't tell them more. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Wang. On the second day, the altar suddenly, a dazzling light shone. Alright, the teleportation grand formation has been preliminarily repaired. It should be enough to teleport the four of us back to the primordial realm. However, teleportation between realms is extremely difficult to begin with. This teleportation array was set up by the strongest experts of the human race in the ancient era. After the Great War, it was destroyed. Although it has been barely repaired, it can only be used once. After that, it will self-destruct. Also, even if we are teleported to the primordial realm, the chances of returning to the Tianxian domain are very small. We will most likely be teleported to other places. Also, due to the instability, we will most likely be separated. The middle-aged man explained. What? We can't go. Xian Feng. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There were only about 10 days left until Mulan and Saint Xing Chen's wedding. If they were teleported to another large region, how could they rush back? Although every major domain had an interdomain transfer formation, it did not necessarily mean that they would be in a hurry. Lord Lu Ming, are you rushing back to Tianxian domain? Xuanxiang asked. That's right. I have something important to do. Lu Ming said. Alright, I will try my best to adjust the direction, but it depends on luck. Let's go up the altar, said the middle-aged man. Everyone went up the altar. The middle-aged man exuded a mysterious aura, which surged into the altar. Wang. The altar shook violently, emitting a dazzling light. Then, a vortex appeared above everyone's head. In the next moment, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's vision turned black, and he felt like he had entered an endless darkness. After Lu Ming and the group were teleported away, the altar exploded with a bang and turned into fine powder. Hong Domain was located in the west of Tianxian Feng. It was 16 regions away from Tianxian Feng. Hong Domain was vast and boundless. It was 7 to 8 times the size of Tianxian Feng. It was full of talents and experts. It was at least 10 times stronger than Tianxian Feng. Among the hundreds of regions in Eastern Wilderness, it could be ranked above average. Hong Domain was also a large region under Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In a remote mountain in Hong Domain, there was an ancient site. At this moment, more than 10 youths were exploring this ancient site. The youths were all in their 20s. Their cultivation was extremely powerful, and each of them was at least in the 6th Martial King realm. Among them, 5 or 6 had even reached the Greater Success King realm. The leader was a blue-robed youth. His aura was extremely dense, and he was a 9th Martial King realm Greater Success King realm. At this moment, they were fighting with a group of yellow puppets. Quick, this is the ruins left behind by the ancient sect, Marionette sect. Let's quickly get rid of these puppets and open the last door. The treasure of Marionette's sect must be behind the last door. We can't let that bitch Feishue get ahead of us. The blue-robed youth shouted. In front of them was a cliff. On the cliff, there was a stone door. Their target was behind that stone door. Pung! Pung! One by one, the yellow puppets were destroyed by them and turned into yellow stones. Roar! Roar! However, a large group of yellow puppets rushed out from all directions. Damn it, go to hell! The blue-robed youth yelled coldly as a scroll appeared in his hand. He opened the scroll, and on it was a drawing of a battle sword. After the blue-robed youth inserted his true chi into the scroll, it emitted a blinding glow. Countless sword intents were fired from the scroll, aiming at the puppets. A large number of puppets were destroyed. Lu Ming sank into darkness. After an unknown period of time, a ray of hazy light suddenly pierced his eyes. Lu Ming opened his eyes and was slightly startled. He discovered that he had appeared in an underground cave. The walls of the cave were embedded with luminous stones, emitting a dim light. Beneath his feet was an ancient stone platform that was engraved with inscriptions. Where am I? How did I end up here? Lu Ming's mind raced and he began to look around. The underground cave was empty, as if no one had been here for a long time. There's a stone door there. At one glance, Lu Ming saw a stone door on one of the walls. Lu Ming walked over and pushed with all his might, but the stone door didn't budge at all. There should be a switch. At that moment, Lu Ming started to search by the side. At this moment, the blue-robed youth and the others had already defeated all the yellow puppets. Hurry up, open that stone door. We have to get ahead of that bitch Feishue. The blue-robed youth shouted. Finishing his words, he rushed to the stone door and pushed with all his might, but it didn't budge at all. What's going on? We actually can't open it. Let's attack together and destroy this stone door. The blue-robed youth shouted. Caw caw. Just at this moment, the stone door moved and opened automatically. Chapter 584. The young man who appeared from the stone door was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also stunned. He did not expect to see more than 10 young men staring at him when he opened the stone door. Ahem, excuse me. Lu Ming coughed a few times and was about to walk out. Wait a minute, kid, who are you? The leader of the blue-robed young men shouted coldly and stared at Lu Ming unkindly. I am Lu Ming, may I ask where this place is? Which domain is this? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said politely. Lu Ming had just arrived and wanted to find someone to inquire about the situation. He prayed silently in his heart that it would be best if it was in Tianxian domain. Even if it was not, it would be best if it was in a nearby domain. The blue-robed young man's eyes became colder and he said coldly, Kid, do you think I'm a fool? Cut the crap. Hand over all the treasures you obtained inside. Treasures? What treasures? Lu Ming was stunned. Don't play dumb with me. Hand over your storage ring and let me check it. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. The blue-robed young man said coldly. Lu Ming frowned and said, I didn't take any treasures and there are no treasures inside. Now, get out of the way, I'm leaving. Kid, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Master Qin is trying to negotiate with you, but you keep making excuses. Are you courting death? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand over your storage ring. Beside the blue-robed young man, a skinny young man stepped forward and shouted. Get lost. Lu Ming glared at him and there seemed to be a thunderstorm flashing in his eyes. The skinny young man's face changed and he could not help but take 3 steps back. Lu Ming sneered and strode forward. You're courting death. The skinny youth reacted. He had actually been forced back by Lu Ming's glare. He immediately felt that he had lost a lot of face. He roared angrily and clawed at Lu Ming's throat. The skinny young man was a peak 7th layer Martial King Realm Greater Success King Realm expert. He was extremely powerful and would definitely be a top genius in Tianxian City. But the person he met was Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. This kick contained the power of the 9 dragons ascending heaven step. The skinny young man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying far away. He fell flat on his face and couldn't get up for a while. Little brat, you are quite strong. No wonder you could reach the core area of the marionette school. Tell me, who are you? I have never seen you in the Grand City. Which power are you from? How dare you hit a genius of my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? The blue-robed youth's eyes were like lightning as he coldly stared at Lu Ming. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said, my name is Lu Ming, and I'm from the Tianxian region. I'm also a Tian Divine Guard. Nonsense, the Tianxian region? Why would someone from the Tianxian region come here? Do you think I'm a fool? How dare you pretend to be a Tian Divine Guard? Are you a spy sent by the Heavenly Corpse sect? Tell me honestly, and I'll spare your life. The blue-robed youth scolded. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Get out of my way, I'm in a hurry. Lu Ming waved his hand and took a big step forward. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out as the blue-robed youth made his move. A sharp sword light pierced towards Lu Ming's throat like a flying immortal. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The blue-robed youth cultivated the will of metal and had reached the early stage of the 9th layer Martial King realm. His battle prowess was extremely strong. Speaking nicely, do you really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as a long spear appeared in his hand and swept out. As the spear swept out, the entire area shook and the blue-robed youth's attack instantly crumbled. Shit, back off. The blue-robed youth's expression changed greatly as he quickly backed off. However, he was still too slow and was struck by Lu Ming's spear. His body was sent flying like a cannonball and only managed to stabilize himself after flying 1,000 meters away. Puff! The blue-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The others were astounded as they stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. The blue-robed youth's cultivation was at the 9th layer Martial King realm. Even in the Hong City where geniuses were as common as clouds, he would still be considered a top genius. However, he had been sent flying by Lu Ming's spear and ended up spitting out blood. This youth who had appeared out of nowhere was so powerful that they were astounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that instant, a piercing sound could be heard as more than 10 figures flew in their direction. The next moment, more than 10 beautiful ladies appeared on the scene. That's right, those who had just arrived were all young ladies in their 20s. Their figures were slim and beautiful. In particular, there was a lady in a white dress who seemed to be in her 20s. Her skin was like jade and her beauty was unparalleled. Her white dress fluttered in the wind as if she was a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Kiki, Qingqingfei, it seems like you've knocked down an iron wall? The lady in a white dress glanced at the crowd and stopped at Lu Ming's figure for a brief moment before she glanced at the blue-robed youth and said with a smile. Humph, Feishua, you're too late. The treasure of the marionette sect has already been taken by this kid. The blue-robed youth, who was Qingqingfei, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and harumphed. Oh. Feishua stared at Lu Ming thoughtfully. The treasure of the marionette sect is not to be underestimated. Feishua, aren't you going to take it for yourself? Qingqingfei rolled his eyes and said to Feishua. He was trying to provoke Feishua into attacking Lu Ming. Feishua smiled and said, there are countless treasures in the world. To obtain them, one must have the right opportunity and strength. Since this young man has already obtained it, it means that I'm not lucky enough to obtain it. Why should I force myself? Feishua was extremely perceptive. How could she not know what Qingqingfei was thinking? How could she fall into Qingqingfei's trap? Seeing that Feishua did not fall into his trap, Qingqingfei was disappointed and his face turned gloomy. Kid, I don't care which force you're from. You'd better remember how you dared to injure me. Qingqingfei looked at Lu Ming and said coldly before he turned around and left. The other youths followed behind him. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He had already shown mercy just now. If the other party still did not know what was good for him, then don't blame him. Young man, how should I address you? Fei Xue walked towards Lu Ming and cupped her fists. I'm Lu Ming. May I know which region is this? Lu Ming asked again. Fei Xue and the other young ladies were stunned. Fei Xue looked at Lu Ming suspiciously and said, This is the Hong domain. Young man, are you from another region? Hong domain? Lu Ming's expression turned somewhat unsightly. After joining the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Lu Ming had naturally researched the geographical distribution of the Divine Desolate Continent and knew about the Hong domain. The Hong domain was 16 regions away from the Tianxian domain. The distance was several tens of thousands of kilometers. How was he going to return? Honestly speaking, I'm from the Tianxian domain and am also a divine guard. However, I accidentally barged into an ancient remnant and came here. Lu Ming casually found a reason. If he said that he entered another realm and came here, no one would believe him. You're from the Tianxian domain and are also a divine guard? Chapter 585. That's right. This is my divine guard token. You can take a look at it. Lu Ming passed his divine guard token to Flying Snow. When he first arrived, Lu Ming urgently needed help. Since Flying Snow and the rest didn't seem like Qin Qingfei and were easy to get along with, Lu Ming had the intention of befriending them. Flying Snow took the divine guard token and looked at it. She was astonished. You are really a Tian divine guard from the Tianxian region. Although Flying Snow was astonished, the information recorded in the divine guard token was irrefutable. The divine guard token was made using a special method and was hard for others to imitate. The other girls were also astonished. They didn't expect a Tian divine guard from the Tianxian region to appear here. He is actually a Tian divine guard from another large region. I have never seen anyone from another large region in my life. Is the Tianxian region fun? Is it the same as the Hong domain? He looks about the same as us, and he's quite handsome. Hee, you are being love-struck again. You can't move after seeing a handsome man? More than a dozen young and beautiful girls surrounded Lu Ming and chattered. More than a dozen pairs of beautiful eyes surrounded Lu Ming and sized him up as if they were looking at a rare animal. Lu Ming was a little speechless. He smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. All right, don't look at Brother Lu like that. We are all girls. Don't be afraid that Brother Lu will laugh at us. Flying Snow said awkwardly. Only then did the girls back off. However, their beautiful eyes were still looking at Lu Ming. Brother Lu, since you are here by chance, why don't you head to the Hong city and take a look around? Fei Xue looked at Lu Ming. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. She naturally knew about the Tianxian region. It was a small region and was far inferior to the Hong domain. However, it was obvious that Qin Qingfei had suffered a great loss in the hands of Lu Ming. A person from the Tianxian region could actually defeat Qin Qingfei so easily. He was definitely not ordinary. He might be one of the top geniuses in the Tianxian region. She wanted to befriend him. After all, one more friend meant one more path. Miss Flying Snow, I wonder where is the branch palace of the Emperor Heavenly God Palace in the Hong domain? I have something important to do and need to rush back to the Tianxian domain. I would like to use the inter-domain teleportation formation. Lu Ming asked. The branch palaces of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in every major region had a trans-domain teleportation array. The Tianxian branch palace also had one, and it was located in the Tianxian city. After all, each major domain was too vast. If one were to fly, it would take a very long time. It would be much more convenient with the teleportation formation. Brother Lu wants to use the inter-domain teleportation formation? Just nice, the Grand City is a branch of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the Grand City. The inter-domain teleportation formation is located in the Grand City. It takes 3 days to travel from here to the Grand City. Brother Lu, you can come with us to the Grand City. I will arrange for the interdomain teleportation formation for you," Flying Snow said. "Then many thanks to Lady Flying Snow." Lu Ming was overjoyed and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. However, Brother Lu injured Qin Qingfei earlier. This person is narrow-minded and will surely not let the matter rest. It's best that we don't encounter him on this trip. Otherwise, I'm afraid trouble will arise," Flying Snow reminded. With that, Lu Ming followed Flying Snow and the others and flew towards the Grand City. 3 days later, they arrived at the Grand City. The Grand City was where the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the Grand City was located. It was majestic and majestic. One could see 8 incomparably huge mountain peaks piercing through the clouds like divine swords. The 8 mountain peaks were located in 8 different locations and were several thousand li apart from each other. The vast territory in the middle of the 8 mountain peaks was the Grand City. The city walls around the Grand City were formed by the 8 mountain peaks. Only the areas between the mountain peaks were the city walls. It was too huge. This was the biggest city that Lu Ming had ever seen. It was like a nation. A city was a nation. Following Flying Snow and the others, Xiaoqun easily entered the Grand City. What dense spiritual energy! Moreover, the state of heaven and earth is extremely intense. The moment Lu Ming entered the Grand City, he exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Lu, the area below the Grand City is a Dao Ai. As for the spiritual energy, it is because the powerhouses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace used the 8 mountain peaks as the array foundation to set up a huge spiritual energy gathering array. That is why the spiritual energy is so dense," Flying Snow explained. Lu Ming was astonished. The powerhouses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were really generous. They actually used the 8 mountain peaks as the array foundation to set up a spiritual energy gathering array. How massive was this inscription array? The density and intensity of the spiritual energy and state of heaven and earth in the Grand City were not as high as in Tianxian City. However, Tianxian City was too small. At most, it was only 1,000th the size of the Grand City. The streets of the Grand City were bustling with people coming and going. There were all sorts of shops and everything. "Brother Lu, why don't you stay in this inn today? I'll go and make arrangements for the inter-province transportation formation." After walking around for a while, Flying Snow said to Lu Ming. "All right, I'll have to trouble Miss Flying Snow." Lu Ming nodded. The inter-province transportation formation was no small matter. It was very strict to use it. One had to investigate one's identity very thoroughly. Normally, people outside the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were not allowed to use it. The inter-province transportation formation could be said to be the lifeline of a faction. During a great battle, it could quickly mobilize experts for reinforcements. Otherwise, it would be too late to rely on flying. Hence, one had to make an appointment in advance. It was impossible to use it whenever one wanted. Lu Ming was clear on this point as well. "All right. Brother Lu, keep this voice transmission jade talisman. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. It will take at most 1 day. Brother Lu should be able to set off tomorrow." Flying Snow handed a voice transmission jade talisman to Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming received it and put it away. Flying Snow and the others left first. Lu Ming rented a room in a nearby inn. Then, he wandered around the Grand City alone. Since Xiaoqun came to the Grand City by chance, he might as well wander around and broaden his horizons. Indeed, the Grand City had many strange things that Xiaoqun had not seen in the Tianxian domain before. Lu Ming was dazzled by the sight. While he was at it, he also bought some strange materials. Of course, Lu Ming did not have many spirit crystals left. The ones he bought were all cheap. "I should go and get some spirit crystals. Otherwise, I won't even have the money to use the interdomain teleportation formation." Previously, he had used up all his spirit stones to break through to the next realm. Now, Lu Ming only had a few tens of thousands of spirit crystals. After asking around for the location of the market, Lu Ming walked towards it. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the market of the Grand City. He found a shop called the All Creation Pavilion and walked in. Lu Ming sold all the spirit weapons, refining materials, and martial techniques below the heaven level that he did not need. He received about 800,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. 800,000 spirit crystals should be enough to use the interdomain teleportation formation. After wandering around for a while, Lu Ming returned to the inn. The night passed uneventfully. On the afternoon of the second day, flying snow found Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, the interdomain teleportation formation has been reserved for you. You can set off immediately." Flying Snow smiled. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To be able to reserve a spot for the interdomain teleportation formation so quickly, it seemed like Flying Snow's influence in the Grand City Branch Palace was not small. "Many thanks, Aunt Flying Snow. If there is anything Lu Ming can help you with in the future, Lu Ming will definitely not decline." Chapter 586. If he didn't have Flying Snow's help, it wouldn't be so easy for him to obtain a slot to use the teleportation array. "Brother Lu, do you wish to set off immediately, or do you wish to tour around Hong City for a few more days? Flying Snow can be the host and bring Brother Lu around." Flying Snow said. "No need. I have urgent matters to attend to and need to rush back to Tianxian region. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will bother Miss Flying Snow." Lu Ming was indeed anxious. There were only a few days left before the half-year agreement. He wondered how was the situation over at Mulan's side. "All right, then I will bring Brother Lu over." Flying Snow smiled. Following which, Lu Ming followed Flying Snow and walked towards the direction of the interprovince teleportation array. In the center of Hong City, there was an endless stretch of palaces. There were many tall and majestic walls that separated the palaces. Along the way, there were many checkpoints. Following which, Flying Snow naturally passed through 7 checkpoints without any obstructions. "Flying Snow, you are here. Is this the little brother who wants to use the interprovince teleportation array?" At the 8th checkpoint, a middle-aged man was waiting there. When he saw Flying Snow, he revealed a smile. "Deacon Lu, that's right. I have to thank Deacon Lu for your help this time." Flying Snow smiled and said. "Miss Flying Snow is too courteous. I have already made the arrangements. Follow me," Deacon Lu said politely. Following which, Flying Snow and Lu Ming followed Deacon Lu and continued on their journey. "It's you? Brat, stop right there." After passing through a few more checkpoints, a gloomy voice suddenly echoed. Lu Ming followed the voice and looked over. His face sank slightly. "Qin Qingfei." Flying Snow's expression changed slightly. Qin Qingfei brought a few young men and walked over. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold expression. "Deacon Lu, what's going on? You actually brought an outsider and wandered around in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. You are really bold." Qin Qingfei's eyes turned and landed on Deacon Lu. Deacon Lu's expression changed. He cupped his fists slightly and said, "Young Master Qin, this young hero is a good friend of Lady Fei Xue. Furthermore, he is also an Empyrean Divine Guard of the Empyrean Divine Palace." "Bullshit. What Empyrean Divine Guard? How come I've never seen one before? Speak, what are you planning to do with him?" Qin Qingfei berated. Deacon Lu's expression turned ugly as he said, "This young hero wants to take the interdomain teleportation formation." "What? Take the interdomain transmission array? Deacon Lu, you are simply too audacious. The transdomain teleportation array is an extremely important item to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. You actually brought an unknown person to take the transdomain teleportation array. What if this person is a spy? If something were to happen to the interdomain teleportation array, would you be able to take responsibility? Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough." Qin Qingfei roared. Deacon Lu's expression turned even uglier, and he began to hesitate. Previously, it was Fei Xue who had come to him for help. Fei Xue's identity was not to be underestimated. Hence, he naturally agreed readily and did not think too much about it. He also did not suspect Lu Ming's identity. Now that he heard Qin Qingfei's words, he broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, if something were to happen, he would be finished. Even Fei Xue would not be able to protect him. Qin Qingfei, Lu Ming is a Empyrean Divine Guard. He isn't a spy. Fei Xue said. If he isn't a spy, then show me the evidence. Qin Qingfei sneered. He did not believe Lu Ming when he said that he was from the Tianxian region. You want to see the evidence, right? This is my Empyrean Divine Guard token. Take a look. Lu Ming took out his Empyrean Divine Guard token and threw it to Qin Qingfei. Qin Qingfei caught it and took a look. His expression immediately changed, revealing a trace of disbelief. Lu Ming was actually a Empyrean Divine Guard. Moreover, he was a Empyrean Divine Guard from the Tianxian region. Previously, Lu Ming had already said that he was a Empyrean Divine Guard from the Tianxian region. However, Qin Qingfei did not believe it at all. Why would a Martial King Realm Empyrean Divine Guard from the Tianxian region come to the Hong domain? Moreover, he appeared in the marionette sex relic. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming was bluffing him. He did not expect it to be true. Now you see it. I am an Empyrean Divine Guard. No matter which palace it is, they all belong to the Empyrean Divine Palace. As long as you are an Empyrean Divine Guard, you are qualified to take the interdomain teleportation formation. Now, you can get lost. Lu Ming swept out his true energy and took back the Empyrean Divine Guard token. He said coldly, emphasizing the last two words, get lost. Qin Qingfei's expression changed rapidly. In the end, he rolled his eyes and sneered, so what if you are an Empyrean Divine Guard? It's a pity that the quota for the interdomain teleportation formation has been used up. You will have to wait for the next one. The quota is used up. That's impossible. I asked around yesterday. There is no quota. Fei Xue said. Yesterday? Sorry, it just ended today. Qin Qingfei sneered. That's impossible. Qin Qingfei, get out of the way. I want to ask them personally. Fei Xue shouted. What's there to ask? The elder in charge of the interdomain teleportation formation is my 8th uncle. I will send him a voice transmission and ask him to come over and talk to you. Qin Qingfei snorted and took out a voice transmission jade talisman. He sent a message. Soon, there was a flash of rainbow light, and a middle-aged man appeared. Qingfei, what's the matter? The middle-aged man looked at Qin Qingfei. 8th uncle, Fei Xue brought a kid and wanted to take the interdomain teleportation formation. I told them that there are no more quotas, but they didn't believe me. Qin Qingfei said. The middle-aged man looked at Fei Xue and said, there are indeed no more quotas. That's impossible. There were still quotas yesterday. Fei Xue said with an ugly expression. Fei Xue, you are getting bolder. Are you doubting me? I have been in charge of the interdomain teleportation formation for many years. How can I not know if there are still quotas? Please go back. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he waved his hand. Fei Xue bit her red lips. When will the next batch of quotas be available? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. It's hard to say about the next batch. After using it this time, the interdomain teleportation formation will need to be repaired. It will probably take about a year and a half. The middle-aged man sneered. A year and a half? Lu Ming's face was extremely gloomy. A year and a half? How could there be enough time? Qin Qingfei and the middle-aged man were obviously making things difficult for him. However, this was the Hong Region Branch Palace, where there were countless experts. The middle-aged man's cultivation was unfathomable. It was impossible for him to barge in forcefully. There was only death waiting for him. However, since the other party insisted that there were no more quotas, there was nothing he could do. Hee hee. Qin Qingfei sneered. Seeing the ugly expression on Fei Xue and Lu Ming's faces, he felt extremely pleased. Miss Fei Xue, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and left. Now, he had to think of other ways. Brother Lu, there might be another way. Fei Xue said along the way. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 6 days later, the largest auction in Hong City, the Tianji auction organized by the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, will be held. Every time, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will auction off 2 slots for interdomain teleportation in the form of tokens. This is known as the interdomain token. The purpose is to allow people outside the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace to obtain the opportunity to travel to other regions. As long as one's identity is clean, one can purchase the interdomain token. As long as one can purchase the interdomain token, one's identity will be fine. At that time, Qin Xingfei and the rest will have no reason to stop them. Chapter 587. Cross-region token. 6 days later. Lu Ming's eyes turned. 6 days later, it would be too late. It would be the appointed day. However, there was no other way now. Alright, 6 days later, I must get a cross-region token. Lu Ming whispered in a firm voice. They chatted as they walked. Soon, the two of them walked out of the palace. Brother Lu, if you need anything, just let me know. A cross-region token is worth a lot. If you need help with spiritual crystals, Fei Xue can help temporarily. Fei Xue said. No need, Miss Fei Xue. Thank you for your help this time. 6 days later, I will definitely get a cross-region token. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. 6 days later. Even if I get a cross-region token, it can only be used on the 2nd day. That means 7 days later. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming did not return to the inn directly. He asked around and walked towards the Tianji auction house. He did not have many supreme spiritual crystals with him now. 800,000 supreme spiritual crystals were probably not enough. According to Fei Xue, every time there were 2 cross-region tokens, the price would be raised to a very high level. Lu Ming planned to take out some items to auction in the Tianji auction house. What should I use to auction? Lu Ming pondered as he walked. He had many low-level items with him, but they were not worth much. High-level items such as the true Dragon of Combat skills, the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God, the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, and the Tree of Enlightenment could not be auctioned. The Xianxiang Silicon Soil could be auctioned, but Lu Ming could not bear to part with it. Lu Ming also could not take out the 5 level 6 top 7 knots grass because Lu Ming planned to use it to break through level 7 physical body. As for the Heaven class martial skills, Lu Ming had 7 or 8 of them. They were all Heaven class lower class martial skills. However, it was impossible for 7 or 8 low-grade Heaven tier martial skills to be sold for a high price. It seems that I have to sell some profound crystals. Lu Ming pondered. He had a lot of power Upanishad crystals. It wasn't a big deal to sell some that he didn't need. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Tianji auction house. Tianji Chamber of Commerce was the continent's #1 chamber of commerce. Young master, are you putting up a treasure for auction? The moment he entered the Tianji auction house, a beautiful young lady walked up to him and asked with a smile. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Most of the people who came to the Tianji auction house were here to auction their treasures. Sir, please follow me. Your treasure needs to be appraised by an appraiser. The girl brought Lu Ming to a counter. Master appraiser, this young hero wants to auction his treasures. The young girl said to a white-haired old man behind the counter. All right, I got it. You can leave now. The old man waved his hand, and the young girl retreated. Little brother, what treasure do you want to auction? The old man smiled as he looked at Lu Ming. He was very amiable and made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. As expected of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, their quality was different. I want to auction profound crystals. Lu Ming said. Oh. How many crystals do you want to auction? According to the rules, anything below 10 crystals can't be auctioned. The old man smiled. Anything below 10 crystals was too little. The treasures auctioned by the Tianji Chamber of Commerce all had a base price of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and above. I'm auctioning 2,000 low-grade profound crystals, Lu Ming said. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to the old man. What? 2,000 crystals? The old man's voice suddenly rose, and his face was filled with shock. Gao Keng's voice attracted the attention of some people nearby. Some of the young ladies even guessed that there was some special treasure. Otherwise, why would the appraiser be so surprised? Profound crystals were consumables. As long as a martial artist had the right attribute, they would use it to increase their strength. Very few people could take out 2,000 profound crystals to auction at once. The old man's consciousness sank into the storage ring, and his eyes widened. Metal attribute profound crystals. 2,000 of them. All of them are metal attribute profound crystals, the old man exclaimed. He originally thought that even if Lu Ming took out 2,000 profound crystals, they would be mixed with various attributes. If that was the case, the price would be much lower. He didn't expect that they would all be metal attribute profound crystals. The price of the same kind of power Upanishad crystal would be much higher. Those who cultivated metal concept would probably go crazy to bid for them. The market price of a profound crystal was 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. But in fact, 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals couldn't even buy one profound crystal. It could often be sold for several thousand, or even more. And the fewer profound crystals there were, the cheaper they would be. If there were a lot, they could be sold in groups, and the price would be even higher. If a martial artist refined 1 or 2 profound crystals, it would only speed up their comprehension of concept. But if there were a lot of profound crystals and they were used continuously, not only would the effect be better, but they could also break through the realm of concept. For example, if a concept reached a bottleneck, 1 or 2 profound crystals might be useless. But 100 of them might be enough to break through the bottleneck. So, the more profound crystals there were, the higher the average price of each profound crystal would be. If 2,000 metal profound crystals were auctioned together, the price would definitely be terrifyingly high. Little brother, I'll help you register. The old man hurriedly helped Lu Ming register and then gave Lu Ming a proof of auction. Little brother, according to the rules, after you auction, you have to pay a 5% commission. The old man smiled. I understand this. Lu Ming nodded, put away the proof of auction, and left the heavenly secret auction. After making a few rounds in Hong City, Lu Ming casually found a restaurant and walked in. Lu Ming ordered some dishes and wine at a table by the window and started eating. Have you heard? This time, the heavenly secret auction will have a great treasure to auction. The Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce announced it a few days ago. I also heard about it. I wonder what kind of great treasure it is. I don't know exactly what kind of great treasure it is. An elder of my family works at the Heavenly Secret Auction. According to him, it's a rare treasure that's hard to come by. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. In the restaurant, some people were eating and drinking while chatting. Among them, a short and fat young man spoke the loudest, his face full of pride. At this time, the short and fat young man's expression changed. He took out a sound transmission jade talisman and looked at it. His face changed. Then, he said loudly, "Big news, big news. I just received news that the Heavenly Secret Auction will have another great treasure to auction. Can you guess what it is?" "How can we guess?" "Hurry up and say it." The others said. Let me tell you. This time, it's profound crystals. The short and fat young man said. Profound crystals? What's so strange about that? How is it a great treasure? The others were disdainful. Although profound crystals are not great treasures, when there are enough of them, they become great treasures. I heard that this time, a set of 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals will be auctioned together. The Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce has already begun to announce it. The short and fat young man said loudly. What? 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals. The others were shocked, and all of them were extremely shocked. Chapter 588. To the side, Lu Ming was also taken aback. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The secret chamber of commerce was really fast. In fact, it wasn't hard to understand why the secret chamber of commerce would do this. In this way, they could attract more people who needed the metal attribute profound crystals to bid. At that time, the price would be even higher, and the secret chamber of commerce would naturally earn more. Lu Ming smiled. This was also a good thing for him. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant and returned to the inn. There were still 6 days left. It was just enough for him to cultivate. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 9th layer Martial King realm. It would be impossible for him to break through in a short time. As for his martial skills, the 3 arts of the Dragon God had already been cultivated to the 5th level. As for the 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps, although his recent progress was extremely fast, it would still take some time to cultivate it to the 4th level. The 4th level of the 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps was equivalent to the 6th level of a high-grade heaven-grade martial skill. Now, I can only improve my physical body first. Lu Ming pondered. As long as Lu Ming's physical body broke through to the 7th grade, his battle strength would increase by another level. The 7th grade physical body was 10 times stronger than the 6th grade physical body. There was a huge gap between the 6th grade physical body and the 7th grade physical body. Lu Ming took out a stalk of 7-knot grass. 7-knot grass was originally an ordinary grade 1 spirit herb. However, after being nurtured on the mysterious yellow silicon soil for who knew how many years, it had become a top grade 6 spirit herb. The medicinal power it contained was incomparably rich. Lu Ming used the 10,000 spirit battle body. He slowly transformed the 7-knot grass into all spirit chi and began to cultivate his physical body. The top rank 6 spirit plant was extremely useful even for Sea of Souls realm warriors. The medicinal power it contained was just too rich. The surging medicinal power was constantly transformed into strands of all spirit chi and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's muscles, bones, internal organs, and meridians were all rapidly improving, approaching another level. One day later, Lu Ming refined a 7-knot grass. Lu Ming took out another 7-knot grass and continued to refine it. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming had completely refined the 7-knot grass. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by a layer of dense mist. A rich medicinal fragrance was emitted from Lu Ming's body. Crackle, the sound of frying beans came from Lu Ming's body. Wisps of gray mist were expelled from his body. They were the impurities in his body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of treasure glow, as if he were a supreme treasure. After 5 days of cultivation and refining 5 stalks of 7 knots grass, Lu Ming's physical body had finally broken through to rank 7. His physical strength had increased tenfold. Kacha! Kacha! Lu Ming's mind flickered. Lu Ming's body emitted a series of sounds. Immediately, Lu Ming's body grew taller, and his muscles also swelled. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had turned into a 2-meter tall, burly young man. This was the mystery of rank 7 physical body. When one's physical body reached rank 7, one could freely change their muscle, bone density, size, and body shape. With another series of explosions, Lu Ming turned back. Taking out a rank 5 spirit sword, Lu Ming slashed his arm. He felt like he was slashing leather, and couldn't cut it at all. The rank 5 spirit sword was extremely sharp, but now it couldn't cut Lu Ming's skin. It could be seen how powerful Lu Ming's physical body's defense was. Most Sea of Soul realm experts couldn't reach rank 7 physical body. He poured in his quintessential essence and then slashed his arm. Only then did a wound appear on his arm. However, before blood could flow out, the muscles on the wound quickly wriggled. In a few breaths of time, the wound healed, leaving behind a scar. Furthermore, the scar was also rapidly disappearing. He believed that in a few hours, the scar would completely disappear. Rank 7 physical body is indeed powerful. In this way, my battle strength has increased by at least 20%. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Don't belittle this 20% increase. Lu Ming's combat strength was based on the convergence of his vital essence, concepts, martial techniques, and many other aspects. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely shocking. It was already very terrifying that it had increased by 20%. This was also because of the mystery of the 10,000 spirit battle body. Even if other people had rank 6 spirit grass, it would be useless. There is still some medicinal power left in my body. There is still a day before the auction starts. It's just enough time to refine it. Immediately, Lu Ming operated the 10,000 spirit battle body and continued to refine the medicinal power. A day's time passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lu Ming received a message. Flying Snow had arrived and was waiting for him downstairs. Miss Flying Snow. Lu Ming arrived downstairs and said with a smile. Brother Lu. Flying Snow also faintly smiled. She looked at Lu Ming with some astonishment. After not seeing him for a few days, she felt that there were some changes in Lu Ming's body. However, she couldn't pinpoint the specific changes. Miss Flying Snow, you also want to go to the auction? Lu Ming asked. The auction held by Secret Chamber of Commerce only happens once every half a year. Moreover, this time, it's said that a rare treasure will be auctioned. Of course, I have to go and take a look. Moreover, this time, there will be a set of 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals being auctioned. I have an elder who also cultivates metal mentality. Soon, it will be his birthday. I want to buy them as a gift for him. Flying Snow smiled. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. I really don't know who it is that actually has 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals. Moreover, they are all auctioned together. This is extremely rare. I reckon that the competition this time will be very intense. I wonder if I can get them. Flying Snow sighed. Lu Ming smiled and rubbed his nose. The two of them walked towards the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Soon, they arrived. Miss Flying Snow, you are here too. Please follow me to the VIP room. When Flying Snow arrived, there was a beautiful young lady who welcomed her with a smile. She led Lu Ming and Flying Snow to a VIP room. Like most auction venues, the first floor of the auction venue was a huge hall. Above the hall, there was a high platform used to host the auction. On the second floor, there were many VIP rooms that surrounded the entire hall. The view was excellent and one could see the scene below. Lu Ming and Flying Snow arrived at VIP room number 10. Lu Ming opened the window and looked out. At this moment, there were already many people in the hall. Moreover, the number of people was increasing. In VIP room number 5, Qin Xingfei and a middle-aged man were sitting inside. This time, I must get 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals. Qin Xingfei's eyes revealed a fiery light. He cultivated the metal mentality and had reached a bottleneck. If he could get 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck. Moreover, his metal mentality would improve by leaps and bounds. Second young master, although the metal attribute profound crystals are precious, our goal this time is that great treasure. The middle-aged man reminded. Don't worry. This time, my father gave me a large amount of supreme-grade spirit crystals. I will definitely be able to get that great treasure. Qin Xingfei said confidently. Chapter 589. It's that kid again. When Qin Xingfei saw Lu Ming, his eyes turned cold and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. This kid is most likely here for the cross-region token. Hee, it's not that easy to get the cross-region token. Qin Xingfei sneered and closed the window. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. There were more and more people in the hall. In the end, there were at least 20,000 people. There was a requirement to enter the Tianji auction house. One must be a martial king or above. Those below the martial king realm were not allowed to enter. In other words, the 20,000 people present were all martial king realm martial artists and above. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The strength of the Hong domain was indeed powerful. Tianxian domain could not be compared to it. In the Tianxian domain, even if all the martial kings were added together, there wouldn't be more than 20,000 people. And now, there were more than 20,000 people in a single auction. It was simply incomparable. At this time, a middle-aged man in a white robe with a scholarly appearance walked up to the high platform. Branch President Feng Xiu is here. When the middle-aged man walked up to the stage, the whole place became quiet as if he had a great deterrent force. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I believe many people know me. However, there are some new friends who don't know me. Let me introduce myself again. I am Feng Xiu, the branch president of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce in the Hong domain. I am the host of this auction. This time, there are a total of 218 treasures up for auction. They are all top-quality treasures. I hope everyone will be satisfied. Alright, time is limited. Let's begin the first auction today." Feng Xiu was very direct. He went straight to the point and announced the start of today's auction. Immediately, a beautiful young girl walked up with a tray. On the tray, there was a picture. Feng Xiu took the picture and saw a lightning bolt on it. I believe everyone can see that this is an inscription talisman scroll. As long as you inject true essence into it, you can activate the inscription on the inscription talisman scroll and launch a fatal attack. This lightning inscription talisman scroll has the power of a peak 7th martial king realm martial artist. The starting price is 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals and the increment is at least 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. After the introduction, Feng Xiu gave the starting price. It's actually an inscription symbol scroll. This thing is very rare. At a critical moment, it can save your life. Moreover, its power is equivalent to the full power attack of a 7th level martial king. If used well, it can even kill a 7th level martial king warrior. I'll take it. I'll pay 12,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. There was a burst of discussion at the scene. Immediately, someone began to bid. It's an inscription symbol scroll. Lu Ming's expression also changed. An inscription symbol scroll was a symbol scroll refined by an inscription master. However, an ordinary inscription master simply could not refine it. If one wanted to refine an inscription symbol scroll, the first condition was to be a pure inscription master. In fact, most of the so-called inscribers were not pure. They mainly focused on cultivating martial arts, and inscribing was secondary. Most martial artists would cultivate some Tao of inscription to assist their martial arts cultivation. None of them were pure inscribers. If one was not a pure inscriber, they would not be able to refine an inscription symbol scroll. In the Tianxian domain, there was not a single pure inscriber. It was said that a person's energy was limited. If one wanted to become a pure inscriber, they would need to spend a lot of energy. Their martial arts cultivation would certainly not be too high. Moreover, a pure inscriber's combat strength was extremely low before reaching the 5th level. They could not compare to a martial artist. However, once a pure inscriber broke through to the 5th level, there would be a qualitative change. Their combat strength would become extremely terrifying, and their fighting style would be incomparably mysterious. Therefore, a pure inscriber had another name. They were called a true inscriber. A true inscriber, a true inscriber. These were all things that Lu Ming had seen in ancient books. He did not expect to see an inscription symbol scroll refined by a true inscriber. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, the price rose steadily. It had already broken through 20,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. What a bunch of country bumpkins. There are people who want such a trashy inscription symbol scroll. In the past, when I casually refined an inscription symbol scroll, it was 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than this. Dandan was lying on Lu Ming's shoulder with one leg crossed over the other. It was holding a 5th-level elixir that Lu Ming had coaxed it into its mouth. As it chewed, it muttered with a face full of disdain. "Oh, then why don't you refine one for me?" Lu Ming's mouth twitched. "Humph, I am injured now. Otherwise, it would be a matter of minutes," Dandan boasted shamelessly. On the side, Flying Snow looked at Dandan with interest. "Brother Lu, this tortoise monster beast of yours is quite fun." Flying Snow laughed. When a monster beast reached the king level, it could speak. Flying Snow did not find it strange. This fellow, besides boasting, only knows how to eat. It has no other use, Lu Ming said casually. Hearing this, Dandan jumped up from Lu Ming's shoulder, widened its eyes, and said loudly, "Boy, what did you say? How dare you say that I have no use? Outrageous. I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts. I am invincible in the world. How dare you look down on me?" Dandan pointed one of its claws at Lu Ming and said like an old man. However, its voice was childish like a 3-year-old child, causing Flying Snow to giggle. "That's enough. Stay here obediently." Lu Ming smiled and grabbed Dandan's little head. "Outrageous, I'll bite." Dandan bared its teeth and opened its mouth to bite Lu Ming's finger. "Hey, you dare to bite me!" Lu Ming was caught off guard and Dandan bit his finger. He could not get rid of it. In the end, Lu Ming surrendered and took out a level 5 spiritual medicine. Only then did Dandan let go of him angrily. "Now you know how powerful I am." Dandan was complacent and hid in a corner to eat the spiritual medicine. Is this guy the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse? Lu Ming did not believe it. At this time, the inscription charm scroll had been bought by someone for 35,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. After all, although the inscription charm scroll was powerful, it was only a one-time use item. The price would not be too exaggerated. Then, Feng Xiu took out the second auction item. It was an upper-level 5 alchemy furnace. Alchemy furnaces were extremely rare, so the price was several times higher than ordinary spiritual weapons. This upper-level 5 alchemy furnace was sold at a high price of 120,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Then, items were taken out one by one for auction. Refining materials, elixirs, spirit weapons, secret manuals, and even demonic beasts, battle pets, and so on. Everything was available. However, although these treasures were precious, none of them caught Lu Ming's eye. Similarly, no one in the other VIP rooms on the second floor made a bid. Everyone knew that these people were waiting for the treasures at the back. The further they went, the more precious the treasures were. The 156th treasure is a bottle of connate source liquid, and it is a middle-grade connate source liquid. I believe I don't need to say more about the function of the connate source liquid. It is the first sacred item for cultivating the body. Chapter 590. Mid-grade Xiantian origin liquid. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He still remembered that when he was in the Burning Sun Empire, he had bid for Xiantian origin liquid. However, it was a low-grade Xiantian origin liquid, and there were only 9 drops. But now, there was a whole bottle of mid-grade Xiantian origin liquid. Mid-grade Xiantian origin liquid was many times more expensive than low-grade Xiantian origin liquid. However, with my current physical strength, this small bottle of mid-grade Xiantian origin liquid won't have much of an effect. But, I'll still buy it and give it to Dad and Mom to strengthen their bodies. Lu Ming's heart was moved, and he decided to buy it. Alright, this bottle of mid-grade Xiantian origin liquid will start at 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Each bid must be at least 5,000. Feng Xiu announced. I bid 60,000. I bid 70,000. I bid 80,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice faded, a group of people started bidding. This bottle of Xiantian origin liquid might not have much effect on Lu Ming, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't have any effect on others. Ordinary martial artists' bodies wouldn't be as strong as Lu Ming's. Even the majority of Sea of Soul Realm experts didn't have a body of 7th grade. Unless they specialized in body tempering arts. Ordinary kings, who used Jin Yuan to temper their bodies, would only have a body of 4th grade. There were only a few who could reach 5th grade. Mid-grade Xiantian origin liquid was still very useful to them. The price rose steadily, and soon, it reached 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. 150,000. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. The person who made the bid was Lu Ming. There was a sudden silence. Lu Ming added 50,000 yuan in one go, showing that he was determined to win. 160,000. Another person made a bid. 200,000. Lu Ming bid again, increasing the price by 40,000. Many people shook their heads and sighed, giving up on the competition. Obviously, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to increase the price. They didn't have the confidence to compete with Lu Ming. To be honest, several tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals were nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. Now, he needed at least 1,000,000 spiritual crystals to increase his cultivation by 1 level. He had refined more than 20 million supreme spiritual crystals. 200,000 going once. Are there any more bids? Feng Xiu asked. 215,000. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. It came from VIP room 5. Qin Qingfei. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. That voice belonged to Qin Qingfei. In VIP room 5, Qin Qingfei had a cold smile on his face as he thought to himself, "Brat, if you want it, I won't let you get it so easily." 250,000. Lu Ming directly raised the price to 250,000. 255,000. Qin Qingfei's voice rang out again, but it was only a symbolic 5,000 yuan increase. That seems to be Qin Qingfei. That's right. I wonder who's in VIP room 10. He seems to have offended Qin Qingfei. Qin Qingfei doesn't intend to bid at all. He's deliberately raising the price with the other party. At the scene, many people saw through Qin Qingfei's intentions. 300,000. If you raise the price again, I'll let you have it. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Huh, since you've offered 300,000 for a bottle of innate original liquid that's worth more than 100,000, how can I compete with you? I'll let you have it. Qin Qingfei's mocking voice rang out. 300,000 going once. Is there any more bids? Feng Xiu asked. No one said anything. What a joke. A bottle of middle-grade innate original liquid was worth more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 300,000 was too expensive. Who would bid? Feng Xiu asked 3 times in a row, but no one bid. This bottle of innate original liquid naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a short while, a young girl sent the innate original liquid to VIP room 10. Young master, the president has said that your spiritual crystals can be settled after the auction. The young girl said coquettishly. Okay, thank you, miss. Lu Ming nodded and put away the innate original liquid. Brother Lu, do you have any treasures to auction here? Fei Xue's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. Only treasures that were put up for auction could be paid after the auction was over. I do have one. Lu Ming nodded. Fei Xue didn't ask further, but she was a little curious. The auction continued. Soon, dozens of auction items were auctioned off. I believe everyone has heard of the 198th auction item. It's the inter-region token, which is a slot to take the inter-region teleportation formation. I believe everyone knows that activating the inter-region teleportation formation consumes a terrifying amount of energy. Therefore, the cost of taking the inter-region teleportation formation is also extremely high. Even if it's teleported to the nearest region, it will cost at least 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The further the distance, the more expensive the teleportation will be. Originally, there were 2 slots to be auctioned this time. However, the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace took 1 slot back at the last minute. Now, there's only 1 slot left. This slot can travel as far as 20 regions. Now, the starting price is 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 spiritual crystals. Let the bidding begin. Fengxiu announced. Only one left? I must get this one. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I bid 110,000. I bid 120,000. As soon as Fengxiu's voice fell, someone immediately started bidding. After all, the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace only gave out 1 or 2 slots each time. How many people were there in the entire Hong domain? There were bound to be people who wanted to head to other regions. Naturally, there were many people bidding. Soon, the price rose to 200,000. I bid 250,000. Everyone, I have something important to do in the Flying Silk region. Please let me have this slot. I'll be very grateful. An old voice sounded. You have something to do? Don't tell me I have nothing to do. I want to go to the Lu Sky region. I bid 280,000. A deep and resounding voice rang out, not giving way at all. 300,000. 320,000. Soon, the price rose to 400,000. Those who bid were all at the Greater Success King realm or above. Those below the Greater Success King realm usually couldn't afford so many supreme spiritual crystals. I bid 600,000. Suddenly, a voice sounded, shaking the entire place. All of a sudden, he added 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals, showing that he was determined to get this slot. It's VIP Room 10. Someone looked at VIP Room 10. The one who bid was naturally Lu Ming. He was determined to get this slot. The crowd fell silent. 600,000 yuan was too much. Moreover, who knew if Lu Ming would continue to raise the price? This kid finally can't help but raise the price. 600,000 is too low. In VIP Room 5, Qin Xingfei sneered and said. 700,000. Qin Xingfei called out 700,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he looked at VIP Room 5. It's this guy again. I knew he would cause trouble. Chapter 591. 800,000. Lu Ming continued to bid without hesitation. 810,000. Qin Xingfei immediately added another 10,000. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he continued to bid, 1 million. 1,010,000. Qin Xingfei added another 10,000. Wow! The entire place was in an uproar as a heated discussion broke out. It seems like the person in VIP Room 10 has really offended Qin Xingfei. Otherwise, why would he keep targeting him? Qin Xingfei is obviously doing this on purpose. Interesting. There were all kinds of expressions at the scene. Some were unhappy with Qin Xingfei's character, while others were gloating and watching the show. Damn it. Qin Xingfei, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately raising the price? Fei Shui angrily opened the window and angrily shouted at the 5th VIP room. That's Fei Shui. No wonder. Fei Shui's faction and Qin Xingfei's faction are enemies to begin with. It's no wonder Qin Xingfei would deliberately increase the price. Someone immediately recognized Fei Shui. Hee, Fei Shui, don't slander me. I'm bidding normally. Why? You're allowed to bid for the treasures, but I'm not allowed to bid? The Tianji auction house doesn't have such a rule. Qin Xingfei opened the window and sneered. He deliberately looked at Lu Ming provocatively with a mocking look on his face. Damn it. Fei Shui closed the crystal window angrily and gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter. Lu Ming said plainly. He looked calm and continued to bid, 1,200,000. Anyway, 2,000 metal elemental ultimacy crystals would be worth at least 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. This was the lowest price. In fact, it was definitely more than that. 1,200,000. Qin Xingfei continued to bid. 1,300,000. Lu Ming continued to bid without hesitation. In VIP Room 5, Qin Xingfei's face flashed with a smug smile as he continued to bid. Second young master, the treasures at the back are more important. If you continue to bid and the other party doesn't want it, we will have wasted 1,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals. I'm afraid it will affect the later part of the plan. The middle-aged man advised. Qin Xingfei's eyes flickered a few times. In the end, he did not continue to raise the price. His mocking voice rang out, 1,300,000 for a spot. Hee, I'll let you have it. Qin Xingfei withdrew from the bidding, so naturally, no one else made a bid. This spot fell into the hands of Lu Ming. After a while, a young girl took out a token and handed it to Lu Ming. With this token, Lu Ming could use the interdomain transfer array. Lu Ming put away the token. His expression had always been calm, but underneath the calmness, there was an endless storm. The auction continued. The further they went, the more precious treasures there were. Especially after the 210th treasure, each of them was the best of the best. The price of each of them was more than 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. Some of them even went as high as 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. Okay, now, there are only 2 treasures left. The next item to be auctioned is a set of ultimacy crystals. 2,000 pieces of metal element ultimacy crystals. After a pause, Feng Xiu continued, as everyone knows, the market price of ultimacy crystals is about 1,000 pieces. In fact, 1,000 ultimacy crystals is absolutely impossible to buy. Moreover, the more ultimacy crystals there are, the higher the price. Now, 2,000 ultimacy crystals have a base price of 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. Each bid must not be less than 100,000. 1 million. 2 million. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, someone immediately started to bid. Most of the bidders were from the VIP rooms on the second floor. After all, 2 million supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. Tianji Chamber of Commerce had started to advertise 5 or 6 days ago. Many people had come specifically for the 2,000 metal element ultimacy crystals. Therefore, there were many bidders and the competition was extremely fierce. Fei Shui was also tempted and joined the ranks of the bidders. In VIP room number 5, Qin Xingfei's eyes were shining with passion. He said, "Don't even think about competing with me. The 2,000 metal element ultimacy crystals are mine." He was not in a hurry to bid. He was waiting for the right time. The price rose steadily and soon reached the 3 million mark. Moreover, it was still rising rapidly. 5 million. Fei Shui bid. Lu Ming looked at Fei Shui in surprise. It seemed that Fei Shui's identity was not ordinary. To be able to take out 5 million supreme spiritual crystals for the birthday celebration of a senior was already a big deal. However, someone immediately called out a bid that surpassed Fei Shui's. 6 million. 7 million. 4 million. In just a short while, the price had broken through the 4 million mark. Sigh, forget it. This price is too high. Fei Shui sighed and withdrew from the competition. At this moment, there were still a dozen people bidding. These people were definitely not ordinary. Some of their voices were very old and they were definitely seniors who had lived for a long time. 5 million. Suddenly, a voice reverberated throughout the entire place, causing the entire place to fall silent. In just a short while, the price had increased by 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. It was terrifying. Qin Xingfei. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. He could tell that the person who made the bid was Qin Xingfei, 5 million. Is there anyone else bidding? Feng Xiu asked. 1 million. After a moment of silence, someone finally made a bid. 2 million. Qin Xingfei increased the price without hesitation. 3 million. Someone continued to bid. The price continued to rise. Soon, it had exceeded 6 million. At this price, most people had withdrawn from the competition. Only one person was still bidding with Qin Qingfei. 8 million. Qin Qingfei called out a terrifyingly high price. That person was silent for a while. In the end, he sighed and did not say anything. Qin Qingfei was overjoyed. The 2000 metal element ultimacy crystals were finally going to be his. With these 2000 metal element ultimacy crystals, his state would be able to break through quickly and reach the limit of level 1 greater mastery. He would then be able to reach level 1 greater mastery. Just as he was thinking about it, a voice interrupted him. 7 million. Someone called out 7 million. Brother Lu. Fei Shui whispered and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It was Lu Ming who had called out 7 million. Damn it, Lu Ming. Qin Qingfei's eyes were cold. He naturally recognized Lu Ming's voice. 2 million. Qin Qingfei directly increased the price by 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 3 million. Lu Ming smiled and added 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. 5 million. Qin Qingfei increased the price again. 6 million. Chapter 592. Damn it, damn it. Damn you, you little bastard. Qin Qingfei roared. How could he not know that Lu Ming was raising the price to take revenge on him for raising the price previously? 8 million. Qin Qingfei roared and called out a high price of 8 million. 8,100,000. Lu Ming continued to add another 100,000. Damn it, kid, you're purposely raising the price and disrupting the auction. Qin Qingfei finally couldn't hold it in and roared. Hee hee, what a joke. Who said that I'm raising the price? I'm bidding normally. You're allowed to bid, but I'm not. Lu Ming sneered. Qin Qingfei had said those words to Lu Ming and Fei Shui previously. Now, Lu Ming was returning the words to him. Damn it, 8,300,000. 8,400,000. 9 million. Qin Qingfei shouted out this number hysterically. This was already all he had. Any more and he couldn't add on. Although he still had a large number of spiritual crystals on him, they were all transferred to him by his father to bid for that precious treasure. 9 million? Young Master Qin is indeed rich. I'm impressed. I'll let you have it then. Lu Ming chuckled and withdrew from the auction. 9 million was already an extremely high price. If he continued to bid, Lu Ming was afraid that Qin Qingfei wouldn't want it. In the end, Qin Qingfei won the bid for 2,000 metal profound crystals for 9 million supreme spiritual crystals. Alright, time passes quickly. It's time for the last auction item of the day. This auction item is an extremely rare treasure. Feng Xiu's voice spread throughout the entire place. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Most of them knew that they weren't qualified to participate in the final auction. However, they wanted to watch the show and gain some knowledge. In the future, they could boast to their acquaintances. Many people widened their eyes and waited for Feng Xiu to take out the last treasure. Lu Ming also looked on with interest. He wanted to see what the last treasure was. At this moment, Feng Xiu's palm glowed. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. Jade bottle? Could it be some kind of pill or spiritual liquid? Everyone guessed. I won't keep you in suspense. This bottle is life water. Feng Xiu's gaze swept across the entire place as he spoke word by word. Whoosh. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, the whole place exploded. What? Water of life? The legendary water of life that can revive the dead? The water of life, a peerless treasure that can heal any injury, no matter how severe it is? How is that possible? Oh my God, are you serious? Countless gasps of surprise and astonishment could be heard at the scene. Bang! In VIP room 10, Lu Ming also stood up abruptly and looked outside, his eyes emitting a blazing light. The water of life, it was actually the water of life. He had to get it. With the water of life, Lu Yuntian's meridian injuries would be completely healed, and he would be able to step onto the path of martial Tao once more. He had sworn an oath a long time ago that he would find a treasure that could cure Lu Yuntian, but he hadn't come across such a treasure until now. The water of life, it's actually the water of life. Huh, my father has the foresight. This time, I must get it. In VIP room 5, Qin Qingfei also stood up, his eyes blazing with passion. Everyone was boiling with excitement, their eyes blazing with passion. Everyone, to be honest with you, this bottle of water of life isn't pure water of life. It has been diluted, and the concentration is only about 1/10 of the pure water of life. Moreover, it's just a rumor to revive the dead. No matter how much pure water of life there is, it can't be done, let alone diluted water of life. However, there's one thing that I'm sure of. Even if it's diluted water of life, as long as it's a physical injury, it can be healed. Even if your arm is chopped off, as long as it's reattached immediately and the diluted water of life drips on the wound, it can be reattached and healed perfectly. Feng Xiu introduced loudly. Even so, the crowd's enthusiasm was still high. The diluted water of life was also a peerless treasure. Alright, let's start the auction. The starting price is 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals, and each bid must be at least 200,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Feng Xiu announced. 5,500,000. 5,800,000. 6 million. In an instant, someone made a bid. Tianji Chamber of Commerce had long announced that there was a peerless treasure to be auctioned this time. Although they didn't say what the treasure was, it still attracted a lot of people's interest. Many wealthy people had already prepared their spirit crystals and were waiting for them. For example, Qin Qingfei. Now that the water of life was out, there were people bidding one after another. Even if the water of life was diluted, it was equivalent to having an extra life if used well. Who wouldn't be tempted? With the water of life, they could explore more dangerous forbidden lands and ruins to find more precious treasures. The price soared at a terrifying speed. Not long after that, the price of 2,000 metal element crystals had broken through the sky-high price of 9 million, reaching 10 million. 11 million. Qin Qingfei shouted. 11,500,000. Immediately, someone increased the price by 500,000. Deacon Wu, quickly send a voice transmission to my father and ask him to transfer another 20 million supreme-grade spirit crystals to me. Today, I must get the water of life. Qin Qingfei said to the middle-aged man beside him. Yes, second young master. The middle-aged man quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and began to send a voice transmission. The price continued to rise. Soon, it reached the terrifying price of 15 million, but there were still many people competing. 15,500,000. Qin Qingfei shouted. 16 million. The price continued to rise. When the price reached 20 million, the number of people bidding finally decreased. Many people sighed. 20 million was too terrifying a price. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't compete. Many people who didn't have the financial resources to compete were also excited. 20 million supreme-grade spirit crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. However, it was rare to see so many people bidding for a treasure. Being able to see it with their own eyes was also a kind of bragging rights. At this time, only 3 people were still competing. Qin Qingfei was one of them. 23 million. When Qin Qingfei shouted the sky-high price of 23 million, another person withdrew. When Qin Qingfei shouted the price of 25 million, the last person withdrew. The water of life is mine. You want to compete with the Qin family in terms of financial resources? Dream on. Qin Qingfei laughed. 26 million. At this time, a clear and firm voice sounded. Chapter 593. Lu Ming's bid made the atmosphere at the scene lively again. Someone else is bidding. I thought it would fall into the Qin family's hands. It's him again. It's that young man in VIP room 10 again. Who is he? Not only has he repeatedly gone against Qin Qingfei, but he's also so rich. There was a burst of discussion in the hall. Damn it. It's that little bastard again. Qin Qingfei shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at VIP room 10. In VIP room number 10, flying snow also revealed an extremely curious expression. Lu Ming was really from the Tianxian domain. He had asked for more than 20 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Was the Tianxian domain that rich? This guest has bid 26 million. Are there any higher bids? If not, this bottle of life elixir will belong to this guest. Feng Xiu shouted 27 million. Qin Qingfei shouted 28 million. Lu Ming did not hesitate 29 million. 30 million. Lu Ming directly raised the price to 30 million. At this moment, there was no sound in the hall. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and Qin Qingfei in a daze. Kid, let me tell you. This bottle of life elixir is highly valued by the Qin family. You've repeatedly gone against the Qin family. Are you courting death? Qin Qingfei shouted angrily. Huh, repeatedly going against the Qin family? What a joke. I remember that I have never taken the initiative to provoke you. You're the one who provoked me every time. Now you're saying that I've repeatedly gone against the Qin family? Lu Ming sneered in response. Kid, if I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. Now, stop bidding. I'll bid 30 million and 200 million. Qin Qingfei shouted. What a joke. 31 million. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and continued to bid. Damn it, damn it. President Feng, I suspect that this person is simply raising the price. He doesn't have that many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Qin Qingfei shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This time, Qin Qingfei was right. He did not have that many supreme spiritual crystals with him. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't say anything, Qin Qingfei's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed and said, President Feng, did you see that? This person doesn't dare to speak. I don't think he has that many spirit crystals. I suggest that we check the number of spirit crystals he has. If he doesn't have that many spiritual crystals, then he is disrupting the auction and will be severely punished. Feng Xiu's gaze also looked towards VIP room number 10. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce had a rule that if a bidder failed to produce enough spirit crystals after bidding, it would be considered disrupting the auction and they would be severely punished by the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. In the past, there had been people who had disrupted the auction of the Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce, resulting in their cultivation being crippled. Some had even been killed. At this point, no one dared to bid recklessly anymore. Lu Ming was the one who had auctioned off 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. Feng Xiu had known this for a long time, so he thought that Lu Ming should have spirit crystals. However, now that Lu Ming was silent, there must be a problem. Lu Ming opened the window of the VIP room and everyone looked at him. I really don't have that many supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming said calmly. There was an uproar in the room. Damn, he really doesn't have that many spirit crystals. It turns out that he is trying to gain something without risking anything. How dare he try to gain something without risking anything in the Tianji Chamber of Commerce? He's courting death. Young man, blinded by greed, he's dead meat now. Many people sighed. This kid really doesn't have spirit crystals. Haha. Qin Qingfei was overjoyed. He had just said it casually out of anger. He never expected that Lu Ming would be so bold as to not have any supreme spiritual crystals. Brother Lu, don't admit it first. I'll think of a way to get a batch of spirit crystals for you. Fei Xue's expression changed greatly as she whispered hurriedly. Miss Fei Xue, there's no need for that. Lu Ming waved his hand. His face was still calm. He looked at Feng Xiu and asked, President Feng, how many spirit crystals do I have left after deducting the spirit crystals I bought from the auction? Feng Xiu was bewildered. Her eyes sparkled as she said, you've used 1,600,000 top-quality spirit crystals in 2 auctions. You sold 2,000 metal Upanishad crystals for 9 million. After deducting the 5% commission, you have 6,900,000 spirit crystals left. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned again. What? Those 2,000 metal power Upanishad crystals belong to him? Damn, I thought some senior expert put them up for auction. It's actually his. How could he have so many supreme spiritual crystals? Everyone was surprised and curious. However, the remaining 6 million spirit crystals were not enough. As for Qin Qingfei, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He never dreamed that the 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals were Lu Ming's. Previously, Lu Ming had purposely raised the price so that he had to spend 9 million to buy the 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Thinking of this, he was so angry that his chest hurt. Kid, so what if it's yours? It's far from 31 million. If you can't take out so many supreme spiritual crystals today, I'll see how you die. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming in surprise. She did not expect that the 2,000 metal attribute profundity crystals would belong to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you bid 31 million supreme spiritual crystals. Can you take out 31 million supreme spiritual crystals? Qin Qingfei asked loudly. I don't have any supreme spiritual crystals. However, I can use the supreme spiritual crystals to offset it. Lu Ming said calmly. Offset it with supreme spiritual crystals? What a joke. You've already taken out 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals. I don't believe that you have more, Qin Qingfei continued to clamor. However, before he could finish, he was almost blinded by a golden light. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of supreme spiritual crystals appeared in the air. Each of them was shining with golden light and emitted a strong intent realm aura. All of them were supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. So many? All of them are supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. How many pieces are there? Nestle, did he get a large supreme spiritual crystal mine? Everyone was shocked. Many people stared at the pile of supreme spiritual crystals in the air with burning eyes. Qin Qingfei's eyes were wide open. He was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. He swallowed the rest of the words he wanted to say. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming with curiosity. Here are 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. I won't take them out for auction. President Feng, do you accept supreme spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said to Feng Xiu. Yes, of course. How about this? My heavenly secret chamber of commerce will buy all 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The price, Feng Xiu was overjoyed and was about to say the price. President Feng, wait a minute. Before Feng Xiu could state the price, Lu Ming spoke again, interrupting Feng Xiu. Chapter 594. Feng Xiu looked at Lu Ming in confusion. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another pile of profound crystals appeared in the air. This time, each of the profound sense crystals was sparkling with a blue light, releasing a strong intent domain aura that could enchant people. This time, it was a water-attributed profound crystal. Profound crystals. Gosh. More profound crystals. They are not any less than those metal-attributed profound crystals. How is this possible? Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Could he be an exceptional genius from a super-large region? Is it possible? He bid for the trans-region token earlier. He must be a genius from another large region. No wonder he has so many profound crystals. Once again, intense discussions broke out at the scene. Fei Xue, Qin Qingfei, and the others looked at Lu Ming in shock. President Feng, here are 5,000 water-attributed profound crystals and 5,000 metal-attributed profound crystals. A total of 10,000 pieces. Sell them all. Lu Ming said. All right. I will take them all. I will pay 40 million spirit crystals for the 10,000 profound crystals. What do you think? Feng Xiu said. All right. Lu Ming agreed immediately. 40 million spirit crystals was not low. An average of 2,000 pieces was equivalent to 8 million spirit crystals. Although 2,000 spirit crystals were sold for 9 million spirit crystals, that was because Lu Ming raised the price. Under normal circumstances, they might not be able to sell for 9 million spirit crystals. However, there were more of them now. 5,000 spirit crystals per set. After the secret chamber of commerce bought them, they would publicize them. When they auctioned them, they would definitely sell them for a higher price. After all, the more profound crystals there were, the higher the price. 5,000 spirit crystals per set was more tempting than 2,000 spirit crystals per set. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put the 10,000 profound crystals into it. Then, he tossed it to Feng Xiu. Many people's eyes were burning. If it were outside, someone would have already tried to snatch them. However, this was the secret chamber of commerce. Who would have the guts? Unless they did not want to live anymore. If they offended the secret chamber of commerce, even the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would not be able to protect them. Some people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming had so many power Upanishad crystals. Did he have more? Many people had different thoughts. Lu Ming originally didn't want to be so ostentatious, but he couldn't do it. He had to obtain the life water. Moreover, he was going back tomorrow. He was not worried about leaving this place. At this time, Lu Ming looked at Qin Qingfei again with a mocking expression. Now, I have spiritual crystals to bid, right? Damn it. Qin Qingfei growled. His eyes were filled with fury and killing intent, 32 million. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth and continued to bid 33 million. Lu Ming raised the price without hesitation, 34 million. 35 million. 40 million. In a few moments, Lu Ming raised the price to 40 million. At this time, Qin Qingfei was already trembling all over. His eyes were red as he stared at Lu Ming. Quick, send a voice transmission to my father and get another batch of spiritual crystals. Qin Qingfei shouted at the middle-aged man. At this time, he was no longer competing for the life water. Instead, he was competing with Lu Ming. Second young master, you should give up. Master just sent a message to ask you to give up. 40 million is too high. Don't compete. The middle-aged man said. What? Don't compete? How can I not compete? Qin Qingfei was trembling all over. He gritted his teeth. Why? No more spiritual crystals. If you don't have any, just give up. Lu Ming sneered. This made Qin Qingfei so angry that his chest hurt again. He had completely lost today's auction. Brat, just you wait. Qin Qingfei left behind these words and left dejectedly with the middle-aged burly man, 40 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Feng Xiu looked around. However, how could anyone bid for 40 million? Feng Xiu asked 3 times in a row. In the end, the life water was bought by Lu Ming. Following the conclusion of the bidding for the water of life, the soul-stirring auction also came to an end. Little brother, how should I address you? After the crowd dispersed, Feng Xiu took the water of life and walked into VIP room 10 with a candid smile. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Feng. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Brother Lu, there's no need to be so polite. This is your life water. Feng Xiu handed the life water to Lu Ming. Subsequently, he took out a storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. The 40 million spirit crystals for the water of life can be offset by the 10,000 profound crystals. There are 6,950,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals here. Please check. No need. Lu Ming took the storage ring and put it away. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce was spread all over the continent and had existed for countless years. There was no doubt about its reputation. Lu Ming was not worried about this. Then, Lu Ming, Flying Snow, and Feng Xiu bade farewell and left the Tianji auction house. Brother Lu, don't show off your wealth. You took out so many ultimacy crystals this time. I'm afraid some people will remember it. You have to be careful. Along the way, Flying Snow warned. They dare to make a move in Grand City? Lu Ming asked. Most people don't dare to do it in Grand City. However, we can't rule out some people who might take the risk. It's better to be careful. Flying Snow said. Lu Ming nodded. Miss Flying Snow, I'll be the host today. Will you accept my invitation? Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at Fei Xue. He and Flying Snow met by chance, but Flying Snow had taken care of him many times. Lu Ming felt that he could make friends with Flying Snow. All right. Flying Snow agreed straightforwardly. The two of them found a restaurant and ate and drank to their heart's content. Brother Lu, with your cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid it won't be long before you make it to the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. After a few glasses of wine, Flying Snow's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were watery. She was extremely beautiful. List of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness? Lu Ming whispered, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Soon, he would be fighting against Saint Star on the list of top 1,000 talents. With Brother Lu's talent, I believe it's only a matter of time before you make it to the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. Perhaps you can even participate in the Battle of Providence in 2 years? Flying Snow smiled faintly, as beautiful as a divine flower. To be honest, Flying Snow's appearance and temperament were not inferior to Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, or Mulan's. She was one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever met. Battle of Providence? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of it. Yes, the Battle of Providence is very important. At that time, all the geniuses in Eastern Wilderness will participate. Not only the human clan, but even the demon clan will participate. Brother Lu, haven't you heard of it? Flying Snow said. No, all the geniuses in Eastern Wilderness will participate? Lu Ming was very curious. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I only know that the Battle of Providence is held once every 20 years. It involves not only the Eastern Barren Territory, but also the Middle Continent, the Southern Underworld, the Western Desert, and the Northern Plains. However, there won't be any competition between each other. It will be a competition within each region. When the time comes, the 4 dominating forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and countless smaller forces will have an intense competition. I heard that most of those who can stand out in the Battle of Providence will become the most powerful experts in the continent. Chapter 595. Lu Ming was extremely curious. It involved the entire divine desolate continent. How shocking. He wanted to ask more, but Fei Xue did not know much. She had only heard about it from her elders. At this moment, Qin Xingfei was discussing something with a few people in a luxurious hall in Hong City. Second young master, are you really going to make a move on Lu Ming? But in Hong City, apart from some special places, you can't make a move. What if? A middle-aged man said worriedly. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That kid has too much wealth. Apart from the water of life, who knows how many more profound crystals he has? We can't let him go. Qin Xingfei's eyes flashed with greed. Since that's the case, young master, who do you plan to send? It must be done cleanly. It's best if no one finds out. The middle-aged man said. Let the 3 phantom killers go. The 3 of them are all peak 9th layer Martial King. They're very good at cooperating with each other. Once, a peak king died in their hands. More importantly, no one knows that they're on our side. Even if they do find out, they won't know it was us. Qin Xingfei sneered. Second young master, good idea. I'll do it right away. After saying this, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. Kid, no matter how many treasures you have, they'll all be mine in the end. Qin Xingfei muttered as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the restaurant, the two chatted as they ate. When the auction ended, it was already evening. After 3 rounds of drinks, night had fallen. Thank you for today's banquet, Brother Lu. Fei Xue will take her leave now. I'll bring Brother Lu to the teleportation platform tomorrow. Fei Xue got up and left. Thank you. Lu Ming nodded. After Fei Xue left, Lu Ming also paid the bill and left. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He did not return to the original inn. Instead, he turned a few streets and changed to another inn so that he would not be targeted. Walking into the room, the water of life appeared in his hand. He opened the jade bottle and a strong aura of life spread out. The water of life, this was the water of life. Lu Ming closed the bottle and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. Father, your injuries can finally be healed. Lu Ming muttered. Back then, Lu Yuntian was also a genius martial artist. As a martialist himself, Lu Ming knew very well what kind of pain it was to be unable to cultivate. Although Lu Yuntian didn't express it in front of them, that didn't mean that he didn't desire to cultivate. Lu Ming knew full well that Lu Yuntian yearned for it. Lu Ming had been working hard for this. With that, Lu Ming stored the water of life in the Temple of Paragon. Right at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly descended upon him. Danger. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, more than 10 vines suddenly appeared in the room and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear light swept out, shattering the vines and rushing out of the room. Boom! Just as Lu Ming rushed out of the room, a huge metal bottle above his head fell toward Lu Ming. From the metal bottle, a large net shot out and covered Lu Ming. Below Lu Ming, vines that resembled venomous snakes coiled around Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 In the night, 3 figures flashed and pounced on Lu Ming like ghosts. The 3 figures each gave off a powerful aura of the peak LV9 Martial King realm. You're courting death. Lu Ming bellowed as his aura surged. With the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, heaven and earth rumbled and the vines below exploded. At the same time, a spear light, which contained a powerful cutting power of the wind concept, rushed toward the net and shattered it. Clang! 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 At this moment, the 3 figures attacked with their strongest attacks. A wisp of sword chi and a saber light attacked Lu Ming's 2 vitals from the left and right at a shocking speed. However, the most terrifying thing was that an arrow tore through the night sky like a streak of light, aiming for Lu Ming's back. It was simply too fast. Above his head, the metal bottle continued to press down. This was a sure kill situation. If caught off guard, even a peak king would be killed. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current battle strength had far surpassed normal peak kings. 10,000 dragons kill. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, and hundreds of tricolor dragons danced in all directions. Pung! The jade bottle was sent flying far away by the dozens of tricolor true dragons. The 2 assassins on the left and right coughed out large mouthfuls of blood after being hit by the dragons. They screamed as their bodies cracked and died on the spot. As for the arrow, it was the most powerful one. It broke through the dozens of tricolor dragons, but it also disappeared. Let's go. Behind him, a figure holding a bow changed his expression and continued to flee into the distance. You want to leave after trying to assassinate me? Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. At this moment, the shockwaves of the battle had already spread out in the night. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings to watch. How bold! Someone actually dares to attack in Hong City. That's that youth from the auction. Indeed, someone was greedy and wanted to steal the treasure. Looks like he kicked an iron plate. That youth's battle strength is too terrifying. He's even stronger than a peak king. Discussions could be heard in the night sky. Someone recognized Lu Ming. There were even some people who had coveted Lu Ming. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have died. The black figure was extremely fast, but Lu Ming was even faster and caught up with him in a few steps. Die. A spear light flashed, and the figure was nailed to the ground, no matter how much he roared. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he devoured the essence blood of the three and took their storage rings. Then, he left. Soon, Lu Ming appeared 200 miles away. He found a secluded place and entered the Temple of Paragon. No one would be able to find him in the Temple of Paragon. I wonder who sent someone to assassinate me. Qin Qingfei. Lu Ming immediately thought of Qin Qingfei. He had changed his residence temporarily, but he was found in just a few minutes. This showed how powerful the person behind this was. Of course, he couldn't rule out others. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but he shook his head. He was going to leave tomorrow anyway, and he didn't want to cause trouble. Then, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. Not long after, Qin Qingfei's angry roar could be heard from his palace. What? I killed Ghost Shadow 3, and then I lost track of that kid. Trash, all trash. Qin Qingfei roared. Second young master, that kid's battle strength is far above our estimation. I'm afraid he's not weaker than a peak king. He might even be slightly stronger than an ordinary peak king. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Qin Qingfei took a deep breath and said coldly, looks like we have to ask Big Brother for help. Second young master wants to ask first young master? The middle-aged man was shocked. That's right. That kid wants to use the interdomain teleportation formation? How naive. Chapter 596. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sun had risen. Lu Ming sent a message to Fei Shui and then headed in the direction of the interdomain teleportation formation. Lu Ming saw Fei Shui outside the palace. Brother Lu, I received news that you were assassinated last night. I've been sending messages to you, but I couldn't send them out. I thought something had happened to you. Fei Shui asked worriedly when she saw Lu Ming. It seemed that Fei Shui had received the news last night. Just a few clowns. It's not a big deal. Lu Ming smiled. He had been in the Temple of Paragon for most of the time, so he couldn't send any messages. Light flashed in Fei Shui's eyes. She had received news that the assassins weren't clowns, but people with powerful cultivation. According to the corpses, they had concluded that the assassins were the famous triple ghostly shadow kills. One could imagine how powerful the assassins were to be able to escape unscathed from the triple ghostly shadow kills. Fei Shui was even more curious. Was Lu Ming really from the Tianxian domain? As far as she knew, only those on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Tianxian domain could have such combat strength. Miss Fei Shui, let's go to the interdomain teleportation formation. Lu Ming said. Okay. Fei Shui nodded and led Lu Ming to the interdomain teleportation formation. After passing through 12 checkpoints, they appeared in a huge square. From afar, there was a huge altar-like structure in the center of the square. It was the interdomain teleportation formation. Around the altar, there were rows of soldiers in metal armor standing guard. These soldiers were not ordinary soldiers. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Most of them were peak LV6 Martial King Realm cultivators, and some were even Great King Realm experts. This is an important place. What are you doing here? With a cold shout, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the two. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This middle-aged man was Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle, who had appeared last time. I'm here to take the interdomain teleportation formation. Lu Ming said. You're still here? Didn't I tell you last time that there are no more places? Leave now. The middle-aged man waved his hand casually. I have my own place. Lu Ming said as he took out the interdomain token. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened when he saw the token in Lu Ming's teleportation token. With the realm teleportation token, as long as one's identity was clean, one would be able to use the realm teleportation formation. So you bid for a trans-region token. Alright, you have the right to take the trans-region teleportation formation. Which region do you want to go to? You can't be more than 20 regions away from the Hong domain. The middle-aged man said. Tianxian domains. Lu Ming said. Domain Tianxian domain? The middle-aged man's of Tianchuan's S of you. The middle-aged man waved his hand. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Was of Lu of eyes. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he turned around. Two young silhouettes were rushing over at high speed. One of them was Qin Qingfei. The other person was wearing a green robe. He was tall and slender, and his face was cold. He exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Qin Qingshan. Fei Xue suddenly exclaimed as she looked at the green-robed man in surprise. Qingfei, Qingshan, why are you here? When the middle-aged man saw Qin Qingfei and Qin Qingshan, he smiled and greeted them. Eighth uncle, big brother, and I are here to capture an audacious man. Qin Qingfei sneered as he looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, how dare you steal from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's treasury and steal a large number of ultimacy crystals? Kneel down and await your punishment. I stole from the treasury? Which eye of yours saw it? Lu Ming sneered. Is there a need to stare? The ultimacy crystals that you took out were stolen from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's treasury. You still have them in your storage ring. Take them out for inspection. Qin Qingfei shouted. Qin Qingfei, you're spouting nonsense. The treasury of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is extremely well guarded. Even a Sea of Soul Realm expert wouldn't be able to barge in, let alone Lu Ming. You're simply spouting nonsense. Fei Xue shouted angrily. Qin Qingfei was clearly trying to pin a crime on Lu Ming without any evidence. How could she not be angry? Fei Xue, this is the truth. Are you trying to protect him? Qin Qingfei shouted. You, Fei Xue's chest heaved. She had never seen such a shameless person. Flying snow, just step aside. No matter what, I will not let you pass. No matter what, this kid must stay and undergo inspection. If he's innocent, he'll be released. Qin Qingshan stepped forward and said. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with a commanding tone. Qin Qingshan, as a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, you're actually as shameless as your brother? Fei Xue shouted. I said, take this kid down first. Once he's innocent, he'll be released. Qin Qingshan said indifferently as he stepped forward. A cold aura emanated from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Kid, do you want me to do it or do you want me to do it myself? If you hurt yourself, don't say that I'm too ruthless. Qin Qingshan looked at Lu Ming indifferently. Although he knew that Lu Ming had killed the triple phantom kill, he still didn't care about it. This was because he was a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, ranked 999th, Qin Qingshan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He remembered that he had seen Qin Qingshan's name on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was ranked 999th after Saint Star. I'd like to see how powerful a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents is. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You want to fight with me? Haha. Qin Qingshan chuckled, but everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. Huh, kid, you want to fight with my big brother? You're overestimating yourself. Qin Qingfei laughed. Brother Lu. Fei Xue exclaimed softly. She knew how terrifying Qin Qingshan was. It's okay. Lu Ming smiled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. He was about to fight with Saint Star when he returned to Tianxian domain. What harm was there in testing the strength of a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming, right? You're not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been qualified to fight with me, but now, you're far from it. Qin Qingshan smiled faintly and stepped forward. Boom! A powerful aura rushed out from Qin Qingshan's body. It was mighty and filled the air. The huge pressure was like a huge mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Peak King. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qin Qingshan's cultivation had reached the Peak King realm. He had just said that Lu Ming could fight with him half a year ago, which meant that he was still a Peak King half a year ago. Now, he had broken through. Chapter 597. Come on. If you can defeat me, I don't mind staying. A strong aura shot up to the sky and broke through Qin Qingshan's pressure. Yes, Qin Qingshan's ranking was one rank lower than Xing Xing's. If he could not defeat Qin Qingshan, then even if he returned to the Tianxian region, he would most likely not be Xing Xing's match. What was the difference between returning and not returning? You've got guts. Let me see what you've got. An extremely cold concept emanated from Qin Qingshan's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly and a layer of ice even formed on the ground. Ice concept. Qin Qingshan had comprehended the ice concept. Wang. A ray of icy cold saber gleam shot out from Qin Qingshan's body. It was extremely cold as it slashed violently toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed and stabbed forward. This spear only contained the two concepts of wind and fire. Boom! The blade radiance and spear radiance collided and a strong force shot out in all directions. Ice and fire filled the air and a strong wind howled. Kacha kacha. The armored soldiers moved and stood in a row. Rays of true origin radiance emanated from their bodies and neutralized the strong force that shot out in all directions. Qin Qingfei retreated quickly and avoided the strong force that shot out rapidly. As for Fei Xue, she took a few steps back and avoided the strong force that shot out in all directions. Her beautiful eyes stared at the field. As for Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle, he took 2 steps back and blocked the strong force. After the explosion, Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan did not move at all. So you've comprehended 2 concepts. Interesting. Take my next move, proud snow ice blade cut. Qin Qingshan shouted coldly and an even stronger blade radiance burst out and slashed towards Lu Ming. This was a blade radiance that was condensed from the concept and true origin. It was bone-chilling and wherever the blade radiance passed, snow-white ice crystals appeared in the air. This blade radiance was stronger than the previous one. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by flames. Within the flames, there were traces of lightning. Outside the lightning, a strong wind howled. Wind, fire and lightning, the 3 concepts exploded at the same time. True Dragon Strike. A dragon roar resounded, and a tricolored true dragon flew out and clashed heavily with the icy saber light. Immediately, the state spread out, and true essence tyrannized. On Qin Qingshan's side, waves of cold waves spread out and a thick layer of ice crystals formed on the ground. On Lu Ming's side, the intent realm of the 3 colors was wreaking havoc. This move was also a draw. 3 concepts. Qin Qingshan's face was extremely gloomy. As for Qin Qingfei, Flying Snow, and the others, they were dumbstruck. Lu Ming's strength exceeded their expectations. Not bad, you can make me serious. Qin Qingshan's voice rang out. His palm glowed, and a warblade that was filled with an incomparable chill appeared in his hand. Just to get serious? A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as the wind thunder spear appeared in his hand. A surging battle intent rose as a spear glow soared into the sky. Prideful snow 8 slashes. Qin Qingshan shouted. His body brought a gust of cold wind as he pounced on Lu Ming. The snow-white and icy saber light violently slashed out from Qin Qingshan's hand. After the first slash, the second slash followed. One slash after another, and the power was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the true essence in Lu Ming's body was boiling. His strong body that had reached rank 7 also erupted. Together with the 3 concepts, it turned into a dazzling spear light and blasted out. Boom! Boom! The 2 figures collided. The saber light and spear light bombarded wantonly. The sky and the earth trembled slightly as the 2 collided, as if they could not withstand the bombardment of their power. The two fought from the ground to the sky, and in an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, the two separated and stood on opposite sides of the void. Qin Xingshan's eyes were extremely gloomy, and his killing intent was like a storm. He was a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. Throughout history, he was the only one who could defeat others of a higher level. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of LV9 Martial King realm, and he could not win decisively. If news of this spread out, his reputation would definitely be greatly tarnished. This was something he could not bear. Therefore, he decided that today, not only would he stop Lu Ming, but he would also take his life. Only by killing Lu Ming could he restore his reputation. Kill! Qin Xingshan roared, and his aura became stronger. Buzz! But at this moment, the altar of the interdomain transmission formation not far away emitted a dazzling light. Countless rays of light gathered in the air, forming a huge vortex. In the vortex, a light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared on the altar. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His long hair was loose, and he was casually wearing a gray robe. A large wine gourd hung at his waist. Rumble. Just as the man appeared, the vortex in the sky did not disappear. Instead, it shook violently and roared. Nest, didn't I just eat one of your eggs? Do you need to chase after me? The man murmured. However, in the next moment, a loud roar was heard from the vortex. A claw covered in scales reached out from the vortex and grabbed at the man. The man's figure flashed and flew down from the altar. Bang! That claw slammed into the altar, causing it to rumble. Then, it actually exploded, turning into rubble that splattered everywhere. As soon as the altar was destroyed, the vortex shrank rapidly. An unwilling roar was heard from the vortex. The claw covered in scales was withdrawn and disappeared. Oh, the interdomain transmission formation is destroyed. It seems like I have to travel on my own. I thought I could slack off a little. The man murmured as he took up the wine gourd at his waist and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Everyone at the scene stared at the man with their mouths agape. Who was this man? Why did he suddenly appear? Most importantly, the interdomain transmission formation was destroyed because of him. How could this be? Lu Ming's eyes widened rapidly. He could not accept this. How could he go back now that the interdomain transmission formation was destroyed? Half a year's time had already passed. Someone destroyed the interdomain transmission formation. Go, take him down. Qin Xingfei's eighth uncle suddenly reacted and let out a hysterical roar. He was in charge of the interdomain transmission formation. Now that the interdomain transmission formation was destroyed in front of him, he would not be able to escape punishment. The hundreds of soldiers at the scene moved and surrounded the man. Hundreds of powerful auras gathered and were terrifying. Among these hundreds of people, the weakest was a sixth-layer martial king. More than 50 of them were kings in the greater success stage. Even a peak king would have to retreat in fear when facing such a force. However, the man did not seem to see it. He picked up the wine gourd again and gulped down the wine. Speak, who are you? Why did you destroy the interdomain transmission formation of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me the truth and I can leave your corpse intact. Chapter 598. I say, brother, you don't look old, but your eyes are blurred. This altar was clearly destroyed by that claw. What does it have to do with me? The robust man said, and then drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. His expression was wanton, unruly, and unrestrained. Nonsense. That claw was obviously drawn by you. No, I suspect that it was a trick you used. You condensed it. Now, surrender. Qin Xingfei's eighth uncle berated loudly. The robust man looked around and actually laughed, saying, looks like there's still a good show to watch here. Come one by one. When you're done, we'll talk about my matter. Then, he actually took out a chair, sat down, and drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. Good wine, really good wine. Why don't you have a few mouthfuls? It's free. The robust man looked around and said. Acting crazy. Attack, take him down. Qin Xingfei's eighth uncle roared. Kill. Kill. Hundreds of armored soldiers shouted, and their auras were like rainbows. Hundreds of powerful Jin Yuan converged, forming a huge palm that grabbed at the robust man. This was a joint attack. With hundreds of armored soldiers working together, even a Peak King would be suppressed instantly without any chance to escape. However, the robust man didn't even bat an eyelid. He opened his mouth and drank another mouthful of wine. Then, he opened his mouth, and a drop of wine flew out. The robust man flicked this drop of wine, and it flew toward the huge palm in the sky. There was no sound, but a shocking scene appeared. When this drop of wine touched the huge palm silently collapsed and disappeared. Everyone present opened their eyes wide in shock. A drop of wine easily defeated the joint attack of hundreds of armored soldiers. What kind of cultivation was this? Sea of Soul Realm. You're a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Qin Xingfei's eighth uncle cried out in shock. The robust man didn't answer. He drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine and said, You guys continue your matter. When you're done, we'll talk about my matter. Qin Xingfei's eighth uncle's expression was uncertain. He took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent out a few messages. Then, he said to Qingshan, quickly take down that kid. I've already sent a message to the palace master and the others. They'll be here soon. Okay. Qingshan nodded and looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, I didn't think that there would be an expert like you in Tianxian region. Now that the teleportation array is destroyed, you can't return to Tianxian region. Let's have a good fight. Qingshan's battle intent, and his saber light. Lu Ming stared in the direction of the altar, feeling somewhat indignant. Now, it seemed like he couldn't return in a short period of time. After which, he looked at Qingshan and said in a firm voice, If you want to fight, I will keep you company. With Qingshan, ice, ice. Qingshan shouted. In the next moment, his body emitted an even colder aura. His entire body seemed to become transparent, as if he had turned into a block of ice. Even his hair turned white. However, his aura was even stronger. Tianxian region? When the robust man heard the words Tianxian region, his eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ming with interest. Fight! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. His long hair flew in the wind, and his aura was strong. Without saying anything, Lu Ming stepped out. The long spear emitted a bright light, and it quickly became as big as a mountain. It charged towards Qingshan. Break for me. Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out a river of ice. It charged towards the spear light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, and the spear light flew up. Lu Ming used the force to fly up into the sky. Slash! In the next moment, Qingshan slashed out a mighty saber light. It was terrifying, and the void shook as if it was going to be split in half. 9 dragons in the sky. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. Then, a second step, a third step. After 3 steps, the space exploded. The saber light dissipated in the air. Swoosh! Qingshan became one with the saber and turned into a saber light. He charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! The two collided. Their bodies retreated slightly, and then they collided again. At that moment, Qingshan was a notch stronger than before. The saber gleams whistled continuously and swept towards Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming wielded his spear like a dragon. The long spear danced, and the dragon roared. He fought fiercely with Qingshan. However, Lu Ming slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. A Peak King, also known as a half-step into the spiritual sea realm, was only half a step away from the spiritual sea realm. They were extremely powerful. A peak king, in terms of combat power, was 2 levels stronger than a peak 9th realm martial king martial artist. As for Qin Qingshan, he was originally a peerless genius. He could fight across 2 levels. An ordinary peak king could be killed by Qin Qingshan in 1 move. Although Lu Ming was strong, his cultivation was only at the peak 9th realm martial king. He was still suppressed by Qin Qingshan. However, it was not that easy for Qin Qingshan to defeat Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he still managed to resist tenaciously. Is this the talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness? He is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's mind raced. Kid, do you want me to inscribe inscriptions for you to release genuine core power? Dandan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. No need. Lu Ming replied. During this period of time, his cultivation had risen too quickly, and it could be described as crazy. His strength had risen too quickly, and it was not so easy to completely control it. He needed a period of time to adapt and break in. Now, he could borrow Qin Qingshan to train his own strength, so that he could achieve perfect control of his own strength. The battle continued, but at this moment, 3 figures silently appeared. Their bodies emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Qin, Vice Palace Master Wang, you are here. This is the person who destroyed the teleportation altar. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle was overjoyed when he saw the 3 of them. He flew over and bowed respectfully. The leader was a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. He was the palace master of the Hung Domain branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The other 2 were middle-aged. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them looked extremely gloomy as they looked at the middle-aged man. However, when the palace master of the Hung Domain branch palace saw the middle-aged man, his expression changed. He was shocked and respectful. How dare you destroy the interdomain teleportation formation of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Speak, who are you? The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged man and scolded him. Vice Palace Master Qin, don't be rude. The white-haired palace master suddenly shouted. The others were stunned and looked at the white-haired palace master in confusion. Huh, Lord Yan, why are you in the Hung Domain? Chapter 599. Everyone else was stunned. Then, they looked at the man in his prime with shock and astonishment. Is he a big shot in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Otherwise, why would the white-haired palace master, an existence akin to a regional official, a spirit sea realm palace master of a large region, be so respectful to him? The strong man glanced at the white-haired palace master casually, took a sip of wine, and said, look over there, look over there. He pointed at the battle between Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan and continued to watch with interest. The white-haired palace master did not dare to say anything and also watched. When they saw it, the faces of the palace masters changed. A peak 9th realm martial king with such combat strength. Who is he? There is no such person in the Hung Domain. Where is he from? The white-haired palace master could not help but ask. I heard that he is from the Tianxian domain. How is it? He is quite strong. The robust man chuckled. So he is from the same place as Lord Yan. The Tianxian domain is really full of talents. The white-haired palace master sighed and flattered the strong man. The others on the side seemed to have thought of something and their faces changed. They looked at the strong man in awe. Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan were unaware of all these. The battle between the 2 of them had already reached its climax. Qin Qingshan exerted all his strength without holding back. Today, he had to defeat Lu Ming. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was extremely tenacious and was held back by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming seemed to be getting braver as the battle went on. Delightful, delightful. I'm becoming more and more proficient in controlling my own strength. I'm becoming more and more proficient. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this moment, the 2 had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Although Qin Qingshan was strong, he could not do anything to him. Lu Ming had some idea of the combat strength of the top talents on the list of top 1,000 talents in the eastern wilderness. At least, he had some idea of the last few people. Saint Star was ranked before Qin Qingshan, but only one place higher. Even if he was stronger than Qin Qingshan, his strength was limited. Boom! With a loud explosion, the two of them were sent flying backwards. Lu Ming retreated 200 meters, while Qin Qingshan retreated 150 meters. That's right. Let's end this battle. At this moment, the robust man spoke. Qin Qingshan casually swept a glance over and could not be bothered with them. With a loud roar, he was about to charge towards Lu Ming. Qingshan, stop! Vice Palace Master Qin shouted softly. With a wave of his hand, a force blocked in front of Qin Qingshan. Father, why are you stopping me? Today, I must destroy him. Qin Qingshan roared. If he couldn't thoroughly defeat Lu Ming in today's battle, his reputation would definitely be greatly affected. He was already at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents to begin with. Now that the next ranking of the list of top 1,000 talents was refreshed, he might fall out of the list. This was hard for him to accept. Qingshan, I told you to stop, so stop. Vice Palace Master Qin's face darkened as he scolded. Qin Qingshan's expression changed. His father rarely lost his temper with him. What was wrong with him today? Then, he glanced around and saw the white-haired princess standing respectfully beside the robust man. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He glanced at Lu Ming unwillingly and then went to Vice Palace Master Qin's side. It's over. I'll take my leave then. The robust man stood up and stretched. With a wave of his hand, the chair on the ground disappeared. The robust man strode towards Lu Ming. Young man, come with me. The robust man said to Lu Ming. Come with you? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his face darkened. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of this robust man. If not for him, the interdomain teleportation formation would not have been destroyed. Young man, aren't you going back to Tianxian domain? I'll send you back. The robust man said. You have a way to send me back to Tianxian domain? Lu Ming was stunned. Why? You don't believe me? I'm going back to Tianxian domain anyway. It's okay to take you back. The robust man drank a mouthful of wine and said. Yes, I believe you. Lu Ming hurriedly said. Just now, he also saw that the white-haired palace master and the rest were very respectful to this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man definitely had an extraordinary identity. Perhaps he really had a way. Lu Ming could only hold on to any glimmer of hope now. Senior, wait for me. Lu Ming called out and then flew towards Feishue. Feishue's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded her expectations. ALV-9 Martial King was able to contend with Qin Qingshan. If Lu Ming became a peak king, wouldn't he be even stronger? Perhaps he would be able to contend with the top 700 or 800 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Miss Feishue, I have to go. Thank you for your help during this period. This is for you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Feishue. Feishue subconsciously took it. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then flew towards the robust man. The robust man waved his hand and a stream of genuine essence wrapped around Lu Ming. He said softly, let's go. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the robust man disappeared. Feishue's mind sank into the storage ring, and then her beautiful eyes flashed. 2,000 metal profound crystals lay quietly in his storage ring, emitting a strong aura of intent domain. Brother Lu, Feishue looked up, but Lu Ming's figure had disappeared. Father, who is that man? He destroyed the interdomain teleportation formation and left just like that? Qin Qingshan asked Vice Palace Master Qin. Vice Palace Master Qin pondered for a moment and looked at the white-haired Palace Master. The white-haired Palace Master nodded and said, you guessed right. He is Yan Kuangtu. What? Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming only felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he was shocked to find that he was already outside Hong City. Fast, unbelievably fast. Kid, which part of Tianxian domain are you from? The robust man looked at Lu Ming curiously. I'm from the eastern part of Tianxian domain, Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Ming said. The eastern part of Tianxian domain, what a coincidence. I'm also from the eastern part of Tianxian domain. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, I haven't returned to Tianxian domain for decades. This time, I heard that there are some problems in ancient Desolation City, so I went back to take a look. The robust man drank a few mouthfuls of wine and looked to the east. Ancient Desolation City? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not say much. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Senior, when will we return to Tianxian domain? What's the hurry? Come and drink with me. It doesn't matter if it's for a while. The robust man laughed and landed on a hill outside Hong City. Then, he casually sat on the ground and took out some roasted beast meat from his storage ring and started eating. Lu Ming had no choice but to sit on the side. It's easier to travel after eating and drinking. Come, have a bite too. Chapter 600. Lu Ming reached out and took it. He opened his mouth and took a sip. However, when this mouthful entered his stomach, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that this mouthful of wine had turned into a raging flame that burned in his stomach. Rumble. Immediately after, this mouthful of wine transformed into waves of extremely terrifying, scorching energy that was like stormy waves, rampaging within Lu Ming's body. From the outside, one could see that Lu Ming's body was swelling rapidly, as if he could explode from this energy at any time. Too strong, this energy was too strong. The robust man looked at Lu Ming seriously. If Lu Ming couldn't withstand it, he would help. Devour. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a low roar. A powerful devouring force emitted from his spine, devouring the majestic energy in his body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon battle art with all his might to refine it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes, filled with a terrifying aura. What pure and majestic energy! Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. He felt that the energy in that mouthful of wine was even more terrifying than refining a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ming's state hadn't broken through, he felt that he could rely on the energy in that mouthful of wine to break through to the Pinnacle King realm. Of course, this was just an illusion. Breaking through to the Pinnacle King realm wasn't something that could be done with a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's true yuan was still a little thicker and purer, reaching a limit. A mouthful of wine was actually more terrifying than a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. He had seen the man in his prime gulping down mouthfuls of wine without stopping. Not bad, not bad. In just half an hour, you were able to refine a mouthful of my wine. This is the first time I've seen a little guy like you. The robust man looked at Lu Ming and exclaimed. Senior, thank you for the wine. Lu Ming said. Do you want a few more mouthfuls? The robust man said. No. I don't want it. Lu Ming waved his hand repeatedly. He hadn't made a breakthrough in his intent realm yet, so drinking it would be a waste. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming asked, Junior is Lu Ming. How should I address Senior? Me? Yan Kuangtu, have you heard of him? The robust man said with a smile. What? You are Yan Kuangtu. Lu Ming's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Almost everyone in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace knew who Yan Kuangtu was. Especially the Tian Divine Guards of the Tianxian region. Yan Kuangtu's entire life was a legend. Yan Kuangtu came from an unknown small mountain village in the eastern part of the Tianxian domain. However, with his peerless talent, he grew up step by step from a small mountain village and eventually became a rare genius in the Tianxian domain. Later, Supreme Nine Sons valued him and took him in as a disciple. After being taken in as a disciple by Supreme Nine Sons, he displayed even more terrifying talent. Countless geniuses and monsters were suppressed by him one by one. He stepped on all the geniuses and climbed all the way to become a top expert in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was said that Yan Kuangtu's cultivation was no weaker than his master, Supreme Nine Sons. This legendary figure was now standing in front of Lu Ming, alive and well. Lu Ming's feelings were the most special. Because Supreme Nine Sons' remnant soul was now in the Temple of Paragon. Supreme Nine Sons could be considered as Lu Ming's half-master. Without Supreme Nine Sons, Lu Ming wouldn't be where he was today. Yan Kuangtu was Supreme Nine Sons' disciple, so Lu Ming felt closer to him. Should I tell Yan Kuangtu about Supreme Nine Sons? No, I can't tell him. This matter is too big, I can't take the risk. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but he immediately rejected it. First of all, this matter was too unbelievable. Also, Yan Kuangtu was now in an important position by Martial Emperor De. What if he was on Martial Emperor De's side? If he told him, wouldn't he be courting death? Lu Ming decided not to say anything. At the very least, he would not say anything before he was powerful enough. So it's Senior Yan. Senior's name is like thunder to my ears. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists. You're welcome. Alright, now, I'll take you back to the Tianxian domain. Yan Kuangtu said with a laugh. Go back? How do we go back? Lu Ming was confused. Of course, we'll fly back. Yan Kuangtu smiled slightly. In the next moment, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. This aura was more majestic than the ocean and as deep as the universe. As soon as this aura appeared, Yan Kuangtu immediately withdrew it. However, Lu Ming was still shocked. He felt that in front of this aura, any Peak King was like an ant or a speck of dust. At this moment, Dandan shrank his head in fear and grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder tightly with both hands. Whoosh! Yan Kuangtu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space was torn apart like a piece of paper, revealing a dark and deep space crack. Let's go. Yan Kuangtu grabbed Lu Ming's arm and stepped into the space crack. In an instant, Lu Ming felt dizzy. His surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see anything. After a while, the world suddenly lit up. Lu Ming found that they were in the sky above a vast mountain range. Then, Yan Kuangtu stretched out his hand again and the space cracked again. Yan Kuangtu took Lu Ming and stepped into the space crack again. Tearing through space. This was tearing through space. If one's strength hadn't reached an incredible level, it would be impossible to do so. Lu Ming was shocked. Not long after, they appeared above a lake. Then, Yan Kuangtu continued tearing through space. This repeated over and over again toward Tianxian Domain. Tianxian Domain, Tianxian City. These days, it was extremely lively. Lanterns and colored banners were hung everywhere. This was because the number one genius of Tianxian Domain, Xingxingshan of Eastern Wilderness list of top 1,000 talents, was going to marry the daughter of Tianxian Branch Palace Master. Countless people from all over Tianxian Domain came to congratulate them. These days, the city gates of Tianxian City were wide open and free to the public. In the first level of Tianxian City, there was a huge square. Thousands of tables had been set up in the square. Today was the wedding day of Xingxingshan and Mulan's. Many people walked toward the square. Those who could enter this place were all famous people in Tianxian Domain. Ordinary people didn't have this qualification. On the side of the square, Mu Xiuyuan and Mu Zheng, the palace master of Eastern Branch Palace, stood side by side in a pavilion. They looked at the lively crowd below. Sigh, it seems that nothing can be changed. Lan wanted to fight back, but in the end, she still came to this step. Mu Zheng sighed. Lu Ming has disappeared for half a year. I don't know why. Many people said that Lu Ming was afraid and knew that he was no match for Xingxingchen, so he went into hiding. I don't believe this. With Lu Ming's character, even if he is no match for Xingxingchen, he will still fight. Mu Xiaoyuan said. Time is too short. It is indeed difficult for Lu Ming to defeat Xingxingchen. It is good that he didn't appear. It is also good for Lu Ming. Chapter 601. At this time, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan looked outside. Several figures were slowly approaching from the sky. Big brother, second brother, they're here. Xiaoyuan, let's go. Mu Zheng pulled Mu Xiaoyuan and stepped into the air to greet the newcomers. Greetings, big brother, second brother. Mu Zheng called out. Of the two people at the front, one was an old man with a head full of white hair, the other was a burly man who looked to be in his 50s. The burly man was Mu Zheng's big brother, Mulan's father, and the current palace lord of Dark Branch Palace, Mu Tian. The white-haired old man was Mu Zheng's second brother, Mu Yi. The age of a martial artist couldn't be determined by their appearance. Mu Tian was the oldest, but he looked to be in his 50s. Because his cultivation was the strongest and he had broken through to the spiritual sea realm, he looked the youngest. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng, on the other hand, looked like old men. Greetings, big uncle, second uncle. Mu Xiaoyuan stepped forward and bowed. Mu Xiaoyuan's father was ranked 5th, but he died in a battle in his early years. All right, let's go up and take a seat. Mu Tian nodded and went to the high platform above the square. At the top of the square, there was a row of high platforms for people of status to sit on. After they sat down, they started chatting. Sixth brother, I heard that Lu Ming is from the Eastern Branch Palace. He was so arrogant that he dared to challenge the sacred star, but now he's gone into hiding. Mu Yi looked at Mu Zheng and smiled faintly. Second brother, Lu Ming was probably delayed by something. He might not have gone into hiding. The rumors outside can't be trusted. Mu Zheng said. Hee, is that so? I heard that Lu Ming challenged the sacred star because of Lan, Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They don't have a clear understanding of their own status. Is Lan, someone he's worthy of? Even if he has some talent, does our Mu clan lack talented youths? The sacred star is a peerless genius. Mu Yi sneered. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng had always been at odds with one another. Mu Yi would not let go of any opportunity to strike at Mu Zheng, even though they were brothers by blood. Second uncle, I don't think so. Lu Ming is no ordinary genius. Give him a few years and he'll definitely be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Mu Xiaoyuan interjected. Enter the list of top 1,000 talents? How ignorant. Was it so easy to enter the list of top 1,000 talents? Just a kid from the eastern mountainous region? Young people are really whimsical. All right, the elders are talking, don't interrupt. Mu Yi scolded, his voice full of disdain. Mu Xiaoyuan's expression was somewhat ugly, but he did not continue speaking. Big brother, you have good taste. Xingxingchen is from the Xing family, which is a good match for our Mu family. Moreover, he is a peerless genius. He is a perfect match for Lan, Mu Yi smiled. Mu Tian only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Mu Yi continued, more importantly, Xingxingchen's mother is too powerful. Once Lan, and Xingxingchen get married, if we can establish a relationship with them, our Mu family will be able to develop steadily and become invulnerable. Mu Zheng's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He looked a little solemn. Indeed, Xingxingchen's mother came from the main palace of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was a direct descendant of a powerful family. Although the Mu family was extremely powerful in Tianxian domain, it was nothing compared to the main palace of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The main palace of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was the core of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Not only was Xingxingchen's talent terrifying, but so was his background. Compared to him, Lu Ming was a far cry. In a huge mansion in the 4th district of Tianxian City. This was the mansion of the Xing family. At this moment, a group of people were gathered at the entrance of the mansion and chatting. I wanted to see Lu Ming get beaten up by the young master of Star Palace, but I didn't expect that guy to hide and not dare to show his face. Yeah, to think that I waited for half a year with anticipation. What a coward. He only knows how to boast. Humph, I already expected this result. If he doesn't hide and really challenges the young master of Star Palace, he will definitely die. In the eyes of such a person, face is nothing but life. These were the elites of the Xing family. Some of them had even been beaten up by Lu Ming, so they naturally hoped that Xingqingshan could beat Lu Ming up. But they didn't expect Lu Ming to hide, which disappointed them greatly. The young master of Star Palace has come out. Someone shouted. A group of people walked out of the mansion. Xingqingshan wore a festive red robe and walked in the center. Beside him was a middle-aged couple. They were Xingqingshan's parents, the current rulers of the Xing family. There was another person who looked to be in his 40s. He was handsome and had a dignified aura. He was the elder brother of Xingqingshan's mother and Xingqingshan's uncle. He came from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xingqingshan, go to the Mu family and welcome the bride. Your father, uncle, and I will wait for you at the banquet. Xingqingshan's mother said. Yes, mother. Xingqingshan nodded. Then, Xingqingshan's mother and the others stepped into the air and went to the square of the first district. Xingqingshan, on the other hand, went to the Mu family. In a pavilion of the Mu family, Mulan's was wearing a red robe, which made her look even more charming. But her brows were tightly knitted, and there was no trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes were lifeless and seemed a little empty. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Mulan's whispered. Mulan's knew that Lu Ming had gone to the forging sect. Later, the news of the forging sect's destruction spread. Since then, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan's was very worried that Lu Ming had met with an accident. As for the rumors that Lu Ming was afraid of Xingqingshan and had gone into hiding, she did not believe it at all. She had watched Lu Ming grow up. She knew Lu Ming very well. He would not go into hiding because he was no match for Xingqingshan. Lon, are you okay? An old voice sounded behind Mulan's. Mulan's turned around and saw an old man. She forced a smile on her face and said, Grandfather. This old man was naturally Yen Lan. As her grandfather, he naturally had to come to Mulan's wedding. Sigh. Looking at Mulan's appearance, Yen Lan let out a deep sigh. He had been hoping that Lu Ming could create a miracle. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan's had resisted for more than 10 years, but in the end, she still had to marry someone she did not like under her father's will. Perhaps, this was fate. Miss Mulan's, young Master Xing Chen is here to welcome you. A young lady walked in and said. Mulan's face showed a sad smile. Tell young Master Xing Chen that I'll go right away. Mulan said. Lu Ming, where are you? Chapter 602. Yan Kuangtu took Lu Ming and tore through space more than 20 times. Whoosh! When the 27th light shone into Lu Ming's eyes, Yan Kuangtu stopped and did not continue to travel through space. We're here. Yan Kuangtu's slightly complicated voice sounded as he looked to the east. 100 miles away, a pitch-black city stood tall as if it had experienced the passage of time. That was Tianxian City. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. They had finally arrived at Tianxian City. At the same time, he was shocked. Traveling through space was too fast. Hong Domain and Tianxian Domain were separated by 16 large domains. Many of the large domains were larger than Tianxian Domain. But now, they had arrived at their destination. From start to finish, it would take about an hour. Lu Ming, I won't go to Tianxian City with you. I have to go to Ancient Desolation City to check out the situation. Yan Kuangtu said. Senior Yan, thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and sincerely expressed his gratitude. You don't have to thank me. I destroyed the interdomain transmission array in Hong Domain, so you can't come back. Of course, I have to bring you along. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Senior, Lu Ming will take his leave. Lu Ming was a little anxious to return to Tianxian City. Go. Yan Kuangtu took a sip of wine and waved his hand. Lu Ming turned around and headed towards Tianxian City. Tianxian City is not simple. This kid will most likely be at a disadvantage if he goes there. Yan Kuangtu whispered. Then, he waved his hand and a ray of light flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming did not feel anything. With a slight smile, Yan Kuangtu's figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Dandan, inscribe the inscription for true origin explosion for me. Lu Ming said to Dandan. This time, he had to win against the sacred star. He must not lose. Lu Ming had to be fully prepared. All right. Dandan began to inscribe inscriptions for Lu Ming. This time, he actually succeeded on the first try. Lu Ming felt his true essence surging, his entire body brimming with power. The distance of 100 li was covered in the blink of an eye. Arriving at the city gate, Lu Ming landed and entered the city. As soon as he entered the city gate, he felt that something was wrong. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and there was a joyous atmosphere. After asking around, Lu Ming's face paled. Today was the wedding day of Mulan's and Xingxingchen. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming rushed towards the square. The square was filled with guests and a sea of people. At the top of the square, Mu Tian and the others sat on one side while Xingxingchen's parents and elders sat on the other side. The bride and groom have arrived. A voice rang out. Everyone's gaze turned to the left side of the square. There, two figures walked over. They were none other than Xingxing and Mulan's. Xingxing had a faint smile on his face, but Mulan's didn't smile at all. Her face was as calm as still water. The two of them walked to the center of the square. The marriage of martial artists was different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary people needed to worship the heavens and the earth, but martial artists didn't. Martial cultivation was something that defied the heavens. Otherwise, when one broke through to the martial king realm, there wouldn't be a lightning tribulation from the heavens. Therefore, martial artists didn't need to worship the heavens and the earth when they got married. They only needed to kneel and worship their elders and ancestors. The people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had one more thing, which was to pray to Martial Emperor De. Once these steps were completed, the marriage would be considered official. All right, the newlyweds will now kneel and worship the parents and elders of both parties. A voice rang out. Wait. Just as Xingxing and Mulan's were about to kneel and worship the elders of both parties, a voice rang out and spread throughout the square. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Who was so daring to disturb the wedding ceremony of Xingxing and Mulan's? Did they want to die? However, some people were different. When they heard the voice, their bodies trembled. First was Mulan's. When she heard the voice, her delicate body trembled. She turned around abruptly with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Similarly, Mu Xiuyuan and Mu Jing reacted the same way. Their faces changed at first, then they were pleasantly surprised. As for the people of the Xing family, their faces turned gloomy. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. A young man walked towards the square step by step. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Suddenly, someone shouted. It's really him. Didn't he hide? Why did he appear now? Could it be that he couldn't bear to leave Miss Mulan's at the crucial moment and decided to run out? It's possible. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming challenged Xingxing, everyone thought that Lu Ming challenged Xingxing because of Mulan's. They all thought that Lu Ming was interested in Mulan's. Now that he appeared, many people naturally thought in this direction. Lu Ming, he finally appeared. Mu Xiuyuan muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming. Mulan's looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulan's seemed to be filled with vitality. Her eyes were full of splendor. Lu Ming. Xing Xing whispered, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Lu Ming couldn't be affected. Lu Ming. Xing Yao and the rest who had grudges with Lu Ming looked at Lu Ming. There was a strong murderous intent in their eyes. This kid is Lu Ming. What is he trying to do? Disrupt the wedding? He's courting death. Mu Yi shouted coldly. Under countless gazes, Lu Ming walked towards Mulan's and Xing Xing step by step. Then, he stood a dozen meters in front of Mulan's and Xing Xing. Senior Mulan's, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You brat, I knew you'd come. Mulan's also smiled faintly. Her smile was brighter than a flower, causing many young people to fall into a daze. Senior Mulan's, let's catch up later. Right now, there are more important things to do. Lu Ming smiled, then looked at Xing Xing and said, Xing Xing, half a year has passed. Let's fight. How dare you? Who is this little bastard? How dare he disrupt Xing Xing's wedding? He's courting death. Men, kill him. On the high platform, Xing Xing's mother's eyes flashed coldly as she shouted. Yes. Two middle-aged burly men rushed out and rushed towards Lu Ming. Boom. Two terrifying auras emanated from the two of them. Ninth layer Martial King Realm. The two men were both ninth layer Martial King Realm experts, top figures among the Greater Success King Realm experts. Little bastard, kneel. The two burly men ran on the ground like two giant beasts, causing the ground to rumble. They instantly rushed to Lu Ming's sides, one on the left and one on the right, and grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders. Xing Xing remained motionless. Mulan's cried out in alarm, Lu Ming, watch out. However, Lu Ming remained motionless, as if he was scared silly. Bang! Bang! The two burly men accurately grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and one of Lu Ming's arms with the other hand. Huh, you want to challenge Xing Xing with such strength? What a fool. Mu Yi immediately sneered. This kid is overestimating himself. Xing Yao and the others also sneered. However, in the next moment, they could no longer laugh. Kneel. The two burly men shouted as their true origin erupted. They grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and pushed him down. Chapter 603. The two burly men's faces changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. Kneel. The two burly men roared again. Their bodies were covered in a bloody light. They had even activated their bloodline. Powerful true essence merged with the will of heaven and earth and pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not move an inch. The two burly men's faces turned red. Most of the people's faces changed. What are those two doing? Playing a game? Mu Jing smiled and looked at Mu Yi. Mu Yi's face darkened. This is interesting. Mu Tian, who had been silent, finally spoke. That little bastard. The mother of the sacred star city gritted her teeth. Her face was even colder. Xing Yao and the others were dumbfounded. Sacred star, is this the battle you promised me? Lu Ming looked at the sacred star with disdain. You want to fight me? Let's see if you're qualified to do so. The sacred star said calmly. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. His true essence burst out and he swung his arms. Bang! The two burly men were thrown into the air and slammed into each other. A series of cracking sounds were heard. The two burly men screamed. Many of their bones were broken. Lu Ming swung his arms and the two burly men were thrown a few hundred meters away like two piles of mud. They lay on the ground and screamed. Many people's faces changed. The two burly men were at the early stage of the 9th level Martial King realm. In Tianxian domain, they were definitely the most powerful people and could dominate a region. However, in front of Lu Ming, they seemed so weak and could not resist at all. In just half a year, Lu Ming had grown to this level? That was too terrifying. A hint of surprise flashed across the Saint Star's eyes. Haha. This kid is really good. He's from the East. Mu Zheng laughed. He had been mocked by Mu Yi before. Now that he finally found a chance to fight back, he felt quite elated. Humph, you've only defeated 2 early-stage 9th-layer Martial King Realm cultivators. Besides, they were caught off guard and didn't even use any martial skills. What's there to be proud of? You're nothing compared to the Sacred Star. Mu Yi's face darkened and he snorted coldly. Early-stage 9th-level Martial King Realm experts. Hee, second brother, you're so arrogant. 9th-level Martial King Realm experts are nothing. Mu Zheng laughed. This time, Mu Yi's face darkened, and he said nothing. What about now? Lu Ming gazed at the Sacred Star. He only said 3 words, but they made everything clear. Didn't the Sacred Star want to see if he was qualified? What about now? Too weak. The Sacred Star's reply was only 2 words, but it showed great confidence. Are you avoiding the fight? Lu Ming stared intently at the Sacred Star. Ridiculous, little bastard. You're not qualified to fight the young master of the Sacred Star. You'll have to go through me first. A cold snort was heard as a figure stepped out of the void and appeared in the square. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. There was no need to explain what it meant to walk on air in Tianxian City. It's Sheng Yao. He's going to fight. He's an elder of the Tianxian branch. That's normal. Lu Ming wants to challenge the Sacred Star today. He must prove himself with his strength. All around, countless people were whispering to each other. Many of them were experts from other parts of the Tianxian domain. They had never seen Lu Ming before, so they curiously sized up this outstanding young man. It had been a few years since anyone from the younger generation of the Tianxian domain had challenged the Sacred Star. Lu Ming's eyes fell on Sheng Yao. His eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, it's time to settle the score with you. Settle the score with me? Little bastard, I haven't seen you for half a year. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Sheng Yao sneered and stepped out. Boom! The formidable aura of a peak martial emperor burst out like a vast ocean. Sheng Yao's body also floated in the air. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, 10 moves. I'll suppress you in 10 moves. If I can't suppress you in 10 moves, this old man will admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and raised 3 fingers. Sheng Yao was stunned, then he sneered, what? You don't have confidence in yourself? You can only withstand 3 moves from me? No. Lu Ming shook his head again and said, 3 moves means I can suppress you in 3 moves. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat and leave. His words caused an uproar in the square. Lu Ming said he could suppress Sheng Yao in 3 moves. How was that possible? Crazy, he must be crazy. I thought he was a top figure, but it turns out he's just a fool who overestimates himself. Does he know what a peak king represents? Mu Yi sneered. Mu Xiuyuan and Mu Zheng were confused too. They found it hard to believe that Lu Ming could suppress Sheng Yao in 3 moves. On the platform, Mu Tian and Xing Xingchen's uncle, Xing Xingchen's father, the current patriarch of the Xing clan, Xing Tsang, shook their heads. With their cultivation, they could easily tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak 9th-layer Martial Emperor realm. Was it possible for a peak 9th-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator to suppress a peak king in 3 moves? You suppressed me in 3 moves? Ha ha ha. Sheng Yao burst out laughing as if he had just heard the funniest thing in the world. However, the next moment, he could no longer laugh. Lu Ming's body floated in the air as if he had become weightless. He flew to the same position as Sheng Yao and stood facing him. The crowd fell silent instantly. Floating in the air in Tianxian City. Has Lu Ming achieved the peak king realm? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. No, he's a peak 9th-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator. Lu Ming has comprehended the wind intent. That's why he can fly in the air. However, his battle strength is close to that of a Peak King realm cultivator. Unbelievable, he can really fight a Peak King realm cultivator? How long has it been? He's still so young. The crowd was shocked. Mu Yi was dumbfounded, while Mu Zheng and Mu Xiuyuan burst out laughing after a brief pause. On the square, Xing Xingshan raised his eyebrows with a hint of interest for the first time. However, he was still confident that he was only interested. On the other hand, Xing Yao's face darkened. Lu Ming was able to float in the air in Tianxian City. In a way, Lu Ming was already on the same level as him. Come on, use your strongest move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said. His voice was calm but full of confidence. Arrogant. Xing Yao yelled as he unleashed his aura. He suddenly attacked. A large flaming hand was completely formed by flaming sword aura. It was several meters in length and width. Its power was shocking as it blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a flaming ring flew out. It expanded rapidly until it was a few meters wide. It was covered in crimson flames and also shot toward Lu Ming. The two attacks were as powerful as lightning, and even the air was boiling from the scorching heat. Chapter 604. As soon as Xing Yao made his move, he unleashed a thunderous attack in an attempt to suppress Lu Ming in one blow. Child's play. Lu Ming bellowed. A spear radiance rushed out from his body and soared into the sky. Bang! Xing Yao's giant flaming palm was crushed by the spear radiance. Whoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and swept his spear at the giant ring. Clang! The huge ring kept shaking, and the scarlet flames were almost shaken off. A cracking sound came from the ring, and a hole appeared on it, and it flew far away. Poochie! Xing Yao's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How could this be? Xing Yao screamed in his heart. It was unbelievable. His two moves, which were close to his full strength, were easily countered by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming even managed to injure him through the ring. This kind of combat strength was simply terrifying. Suppress! Lu Ming roared. He took a step forward and charged at Xing Yao at lightning speed. He swept his spear at him from above. Xing Yao roared in anger and exerted all his strength. He almost turned into a flaming man as he unleashed his strongest attack. However, all his efforts were in vain. Under Lu Ming's spear radiance, all his attacks turned into nothing. The giant spear radiance smashed onto Xing Yao's body. Xing Yao screamed in pain and his body flew downwards. Stop! Lu Ming waved his hand and a ribbon of true ether wrapped around Xing Yao, stopping him from falling. Then, Lu Ming's body fell. His foot was about to stomp on Xing Yao's old face. This stomp contained the power of the 9 dragon sky-ascending steps. No! Xing Yao roared. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's foot accurately landed on Xing Yao's face. Xing Yao's body fell rapidly like a meteorite and heavily smashed onto the true ether shield below. A loud boom, accompanied by screams of agony and the sound of bones breaking, resounded throughout the arena. Then, everyone saw Xing Yao lying on top of the Zhen Yuan shield like an old, dead dog. His whole body was twitching and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Especially his face, there was a clear shoe print that almost flattened his old face. Hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Including the last kick, it was exactly 3 moves. 3 moves, Lu Ming really suppressed Xing Yao in 3 moves, and even beat Xing Yao half to death. This, on the stage, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiuyuan were dumbfounded. Although they previously hoped that Lu Ming could win, in their hearts, they did not have much confidence. After all, half a year ago, Lu Ming was only a 4th-layer martial emperor. Being able to reach the Great Perfection King realm in half a year was already a miracle, let alone defeating a peak king. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that not only would Lu Ming win, but he would also win in such a clean and exciting manner. This kid, Mu Jing could not stop muttering, feeling extremely excited. How long ago was it? 1.5 years ago, when Lu Ming had just entered the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, he was not even a half-step king. In just 1.5 years, Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the king realm. It was simply a miracle. In the history of Tianxian domain, there had never been such a miracle. Beside Mu Jing, Mu Yi's mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded and also filled with disbelief. Below the arena, Mulans looked at the young figure in the sky, feeling extremely excited. In her heart, scenes of the past kept flashing. The tender young man in Firestorm City, the young man who needed her protection. As time passed, he had already walked on his own path to becoming an expert. Not only had he far surpassed her, but he had also become a peak expert in Tianxian domain. He had become a mountain that could block the wind and rain, protecting her. Half a year ago, Lu Ming challenged the sacred star. Mulans knew that Lu Ming was doing it for her. Then, Lu Ming disappeared for half a year. Half a year later, when she was about to get married, Lu Ming appeared again. He stood in front of her in a domineering manner, blocking everything for her. At this moment, her eyes were moist. She knew that she had not misjudged him. She had made the right choice. Lu Ming slowly walked down and appeared in front of the sacred star. What about now? It was still the same question. Now, did he have the qualifications to stand in front of the sacred star? Everyone's gaze followed Lu Ming's movements. In the sacred family, those who had conflicts with Lu Ming and even fought with him had complicated gazes. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and reverence. More than half a year ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. But now, more than half a year had passed. Lu Ming had left them far behind. He was now able to stand in front of the sacred star. They were too far away from Lu Ming. They were no longer on the same level. Thinking of this, the elites of the sacred family felt dejected. There were also many people who had concluded that Lu Ming was hiding out of fear. Now, their faces were flushed with shame. Lu Ming wasn't hiding out of fear. He was probably cultivating somewhere. On the high platform, Mu Tian, Xingcang, and the sacred star's uncle's eyes moved slightly. They looked at Lu Ming seriously. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength had finally gained their recognition and made them take him seriously. The Saint Star had been very calm from the beginning to the end, but now, there seemed to be stars shining in his eyes, brilliant and dazzling. Not bad. The sacred star spoke. Let's fight in the sky. Lu Ming said. Then, he soared into the sky and appeared in the sky. The sacred star's body emitted starlight. He also soared into the sky and stood opposite Lu Ming. At this moment, many people's hearts pounded. They widened their eyes and stared at the two young figures in the sky. Lu Ming and the sacred star were finally going to fight? Half a year ago, Lu Ming's challenge to the sacred star spread throughout Tianxian City. Some people heard it and dismissed it with a laugh. They thought it was just a joke. Even if it wasn't a joke, Lu Ming couldn't really challenge the sacred star. The difference was too great. He wasn't qualified at all. Even if they really fought, it would be a one-sided battle. The sacred star would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. But now, no one thought that the sacred star could suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. Lu Ming had just used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight against the sacred star. Some people even began to worry about the sacred star. Half a year ago, the sacred star was a peak 9th level martial king. At that time, the sacred star's combat strength was said to not be weaker than a peak king. But Lu Ming wasn't weaker than a peak king. He had suppressed a peak king in 3 moves. Had the sacred star broken through to peak king? If he hadn't, would he be a match for Lu Ming? Everyone stared at the sacred star. Your combat strength is not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been able to fight me. But now, the result won't change. Boom! As the sacred star's voice fell, a huge pillar of starlight shot out from the sacred star's body. It shot into the sky and into the endless void. A powerful aura permeated the air.